Dinero. Oh yeah. Let's do this.
Nice, mate.
Hang on! I'm coming!
I'll keep running.
Your time is up.
Flash! Oh, help me! Rip 'em apart from their guts and their butt. Don't give up yet. Ready. Bastion broken! Nice work, Gears. Now rebuild and get ready for more. Here's my enemy reinforcements. What? Don't mind you. That's not crazy. Come on. Let's do this. Nice. Good work. One dead crow. That's it.
Cap ceiling destroyed!
Mine now.
Cap taking damage!
Little help here.
Little help here. Give me up. Okay, let's rebuild and get ready for more. Securing the tap.
Time's up. They're here.
Død og dvelende.
Stay alert. Stay alive.
One death throw! Incoming blast!
Put him back in the ground.
I see you!
Medic! I'm coming!
I'm bleeding out! Just hang on, I'm coming!
Hang on. I'm coming.
I'm bleeding out!
That's nearly destroyed. On my way.
krossar byar. Läge för dig rätt
Upgrade. Securing it. Push back topic.
frände der skälver i samma en nordstig der aldrig Heimet gålan getur der fe der frände der skälver i samma Jeg vet ei at aldri døy Domer om døden kan Tusen takk for oss.
Oh man, I'm hurt! Knocked in! Got your back! Weapons locked and deployed! Scratch one throw! Knocked in! Have taken damage! Yeah, you just a chunky little bitch! Locked and loaded! Shepard destroyed!
Your time is up!
What's not to like about that?
Ha! Wrecked him! Rebuild and get ready for more!
Just what I needed. Ah, looky, looky. Give me that cookie. Energy tap upgrade. We got enemy reinforcements.
They're damaging the tap!
Weapons locked and deployed!
Folks been the hunter, nothing on my tape. There was something in you I knew could make that change.
DR1 destroyed!
To capture a predator, you can't remain the prey. You have to become an equal in every way.
Put him back in the ground!
So look in the mirror and tell me, who do you see?
Up here!
Is it still you? Or is it me? terrify you? Do you feel the light?
Are you kidding?
Do you feel the hunger? Desert howling inside? Does it terrify you? Do you feel the light?
Weapons lost at the time.
Splinters of my soul cut through your
Drop the bad
skin
guy.
and burrow within, and burrow within. Splinters of my soul cut through your skin and burrow within, and burrow within. So embrace the darkness, and I will help you see that you can be lived.
Okay, let's rebuild and get ready for more.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for their daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. The tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hang my head, I wanna drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. Find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. And I feel the way that every child should. Sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. Find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world.
Barriers are forced. On you. Let's do this. Kill confirmed. End of story.
What's not to like about that?
In your face. Grind him up.
I've always been the hunter, nothing on my tail. There was something in you I knew could make that change. To capture a predator, you can't remain a prey.
I feel. Hold tight.
Revive me. That's it.
That's it. Put a bow on it. Now rebuild.
Securing the tap. Help me secure the tap. Thanks. Perfect.
Okay. I would like to throw out, I don't know if anyone has a pen here. I guess we could give you pens and paper. I don't know how good everyone's memory is, but I'd like to ask 6 questions and let each of you pick the question you'd like to answer. So each person answer one. Someone would like to comment on someone else said it's fine.
Locked and loaded.
Like to throw out 6 questions. And then please comment on whichever one you want to promote.
Not now.
If you want to raise your
I see you.
hand,
Okay.
if you want to kind of
I'm down.
I'm coming. Roll lock, roll and rock.
I owe you one. Shit.
Here are the 6 questions. First question. Michael Moss, author of Salt, Sugar, Fat, said that every major U.S. food company designs food we can't stop eating. Please explain this. Question 2. There was a study from March 4th, 2014 by Selma Tassel Morgan Levine that showed animal protein caused a 75% increase in death and a 400% increase in cancer over an 18-year follow-up. And these findings were not, okay, with an 18-year follow-up. Okay, so I would like to ask 3 questions and have each of you try to answer it with just 3 minutes, and this way we can move through quite a bit of material. So I realize that a lot will be sacrificed in giving answers that are only 3 minutes, but for the point of this panel, we're looking for 3-minute answers. I also want to mention that Dr. Katz will be leaving at 4. The panel will continue until 4:30. Okay, the first 3 questions that I'd like to ask. First, regarding African American health. There was a study that said community-dwelling Black Americans, as compared with whites, had low levels of total 25-hydroxyvitamin D and vitamin D binding protein, resulting in similar concentrations of estimated bioavailable 25-hydroxyvitamin D. Racial differences in the prevalence of common genetic polymorphisms provide a likely explanation from this observation. So the question, I guess, is, for African Americans, do they need to make any special considerations regarding lifestyle or vitamins or minerals, or is there anything different that they should take into account that affects them more than white people? Second question.
Nice work, Gears.
Someone complained to me about Brenda Davis last night. They said, I'm disappointed in Brenda Davis. And I said, how come? They said, well, first of all, she's thin, and she's pretty, and she's healthy, and she's not representing what's really happening for a lot of women who are in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. And you asked her twice about the menopause question and Pam Popper, and the reality is this is a big deal, that again, women are being told that they should be thin with flat stomach, high libido, lots of energy, and the reality with premenopause and menopause is there's a significant emotional, hormonal things going on, and the question again is this something that's affecting a small percentage of women, or is this a gigantic issue that's just not talked about because it's just, it's just blown off. So, or it's just not being adequately validated for women that this is significant things are going on and how they should deal with it. And then the third question is, please explain the results of the health professionals follow-up study. Why do you like this study? So those are the three first questions.
I guess I'll start with the question about African American health and D3. First of all, I'm kind of glad this question came up because it gives me a chance to metaphorically scream at the top of my lungs, it's not a vitamin, it's not a vitamin, it's not a vitamin, it's a hormone. Okay, we were all duped into calling 1,25-dihydroxycalciferol a vitamin when the dairy industry decided that they were going to artificially spike their products with this hormone to entice people into purchasing them. And again, it is a hormone that we all would make if we were running around butt naked in the sun as we were supposed to be, okay? But since we decided to leave equatorial areas on this earth and move to northerly climates where you would freeze to death, or certainly freeze parts of your anatomy off if you ran around without any clothes, we can't do that. We have to wear clothes, we have to remain indoors, and as a result, we don't get the sun exposure that we need to make the enough of the hormone to keep us in good health. So the question is, how much should we be making? And that's, or how much should we have within our system? Oh, I got to keep this to 3 minutes. Let me say this. If we were running around naked on the savannah in Africa, we'd probably make upwards of 10 to 20,000 international units of D3 a day. I'm not suggesting that anyone take that much, but I think everyone should be taking about 2,000 IUs a day because it's not only important for bone health, it also affects our mood and our immune function. So that is true of everyone, but it's particularly true of darker skinned people because that means that it takes us longer and more sun exposure, which again, we don't get because of where we live, to make the hormone. So we need to be sure that we're taking an adequate supplement. It's not means that there's anything wrong with a plant-based diet because it's an artifact of how we choose to live.
All right, I'm going to jump in on the Brenda question. She looks about half her age. She's very attractive as she is thin. She'll have to deal with the rest. So I apologize on Brenda's behalf. And then I actually want to talk about the vitamin D question as well. Amen, it's a hormone. What I'd like to append, that you covered that beautifully, Milton, is the fact that vitamin D is why we have different skin tone in the first place. Because if you live in an equatorial clime, as we did at our origins, the origins of our common family, then darker skin protects you somewhat against the equatorial sun and leaves you able to make sufficient vitamin D. As you move away from that level of sun exposure, you actually have to be more efficient at making vitamin D. And this was work done, I think it was Penn State, and it was published in 2015. But there were specific genetic mutations linked directly to vitamin D metabolism that explain our skin pallor problem. So, essentially having a lack of skin pigment is the mutation from our common origins, and it related specifically to the advantage in vitamin D manufacture as we moved away from our native equatorial homes. So it's configured into the great human diaspora. There's a link really between our often sad inability to see that we're one family and the metabolism of vitamin D, which I find quite fascinating. But if you want to sort of think of it this way, at the origins of our common family, we were all dark-skinned and we were equatorial. And all the rest was mutation and happenstance.
I love that. and it's so true. And we need to recognize it. So we just need to recognize it. I will address, I guess, I'll say in my defense, I wish I had a picture of my mom to show you. She's 82 years old, and she's been making good lifestyle choices her whole life. And I mentioned before, she still weighs about the same as she did when she got married over 60 years ago. These are choices. We can choose to take care of ourselves. And I know I inherited some really good genes. My mom didn't have really symptoms of menopause either, and I know that women do suffer even when they make good lifestyle choices. And I don't want to discount that at all. The honest answer is I really don't know enough. I'm not a medical doctor about the more challenging cases, and if you have a propensity towards really suffering through menopause, I would try a lot of different things, varying the exercise, making more dietary shifts, all of those things, taking care of stress, getting more sunshine, all of that, and trying to see what you can do, and if all else fails, visit your doctor and try other things. But I think it's really important, especially as a vegan. You know, the reality is vegans are on trial in the eyes of the world. And when we blow it, we send a really strong message that others are justified in slaughtering animals for food because then they think they need it. So I've been trying for a lot of years to do the best I can to set an example of health my goal is to climb a mountain when I turn 100. I really want to prove to the world that not eating animal products will be an advantage to humankind. So that having been said, I will address the health professionals follow-up study. and I'm sure David knows a lot more about this than I do, but this is a study that is a sort of a partner study to the Nurses' Health Study, which was on about 280,000 women. There were 3 cohorts, one in 76, one in 89, and one in 2010. And they've been followed for many years. And the health professionals follow-up study was about 50,000 men. And again, following to see who develops what based on various lifestyle choices. And both of these studies have been also combined in a number of write-ups. And I can tell you, this is not one study. These are literally thousands of reports based on these cohorts. And these cohorts have informed nutrition policy, and the outcomes have been really quite profound. So we've learned a lot about how smoking impacts health, how alcohol consumption impacts health, why we need to eat more fruits and vegetables, and why red meat and processed meat may be damaging, or at least that they are damaging. And so, and sugar, and so on. So these are, I think, are very important studies because they've given us information about very large populations and what protects health and what doesn't. And they come from Harvard, as you probably know, and you may want to add a little bit onto them.
Good answer, Brenda. And yeah, just a little bit. So the question was, why do we like it? I don't know who said we did like it or if we all do like it, but if we like it, I think, the issue is there is no, well, let me ask you something. Anybody do carpentry or use tools of any kind? Is there any one tool that's right for every job in anything you can think of, right? Science is the same. So methodology in science is a toolkit. And the best way to answer a given question is the tool that's matched to the question. The tools of science are different ways of asking and answering questions. So what I like about the Health Professionals Follow study, the Nurses' Health Study, other large cohort studies is they provide a view from altitude you're never going to get with a randomized controlled trial. So we should get the answers we can from RCTs, but what happens to large populations over 30 years and more, you can't randomly assign people to eat different ways for the next 30 years. Nobody's willing to play. So what I like is they populate an important gap and provide the view from altitude. I think when we're telling you what we like about methods, it's also important to acknowledge limitations. And one of the concerns about cohort studies is they're not as good at proving cause and effect. They show association. Now, sometimes that's the same as causality, sometimes it's not. It's important to distinguish. And the other issue is, and there's some legitimacy here, it's too bad Walter Willett's not here because maybe he would argue effectively against this, but there is the concern of so-called data dredging. So we've got 150,000 people. We've asked them about all kinds of things for 30 years. We can test any hypothesis under the sun. Maybe we're interested in the correlation between your favorite color and athlete's foot. And we find in our data set that people who like chartreuse tend to be particularly prone to athlete's foot. Who cares, right? So there's the risk of, hey, we've got a huge massive data, we can ask it anything. And some of what issues from that, and this is a perennial concern in epidemiology, can be absolute nonsense. The best way to safeguard against that is to make sure that you're posing good, sensible, defensible questions in the first place, and that the associations you're exploring are supported by other kinds of evidence and are mechanistically plausible. When the health professionals follow-up study is used that way, and it usually is, it's a tremendous asset.
Okay, the next three questions are, one, weren't humans originally hunter-gatherers who killed and ate wild animals to survive? Isn't that what all people did until a few thousand years ago? And if that's the case, then doesn't it mean that we're supposed to be similar? The second one is, explain what the Seventh-day Adventist health study was and what its conclusions were, and was the study an important study? And the third is, are there any negative studies on whole food plant-based studies that show, let's say, an increase in dementia? Sometimes I ask speakers off the record if there's any, what happens to people in the long run. And I did once, in the lobby of this hotel, have a talk with Gabriel Cousins, and he said that there were some plant-based people that did get dementia. And I said, are you concerned about this? And he wasn't, he didn't say like, oh, totally protected if you eat plant-based. He was saying that there was a concern. So are you concerned that we don't have enough long-term data, and maybe there's a concern about dementia that we don't understand? I guess I don't want to be confusing. I guess the question to you is, are there any negative studies on whole food plant-based diet specifically with dementia?
I'm going to go first just to get out of the scrum that's going to ensue. So I think the other two questions are a little fraught, but as Joel said, I'll go with veganism and dementia for $100 because the others are above my pay grade. So I think there's a huge glaring confounding issue here. First, we really can't talk about diet type and not consider diet quality. It is possible to have a plant-exclusive diet that's really bad. I'm aware of no evidence whatsoever showing any association between heightened risk of dementia with a high-quality, plant-predominant or plant-exclusive diet. Quite the contrary. Lower risks of every major chronic disease, lower risks of cognitive decline, lower risk of dementia. But the glaring confounding issue, everybody knows about the B12 concern if you're not getting B12 from animal sources. Not that it has to come from there, it really originates in the soil. This was nicely addressed in the Game Changers documentary. B12 does get into plants. Theoretically, we could get it there. Animals are the middlemen. But the fact is we're not getting sufficiently concentrated doses. B12 deficiency becomes particularly common with advancing age, because to metabolize B12 that we ingest, we need something called intrinsic factor secreted from the stomach. The stomach's ability to secrete intrinsic factor and make B12 absorbable declines with age, and in particular people who have what's called gastric atrophy. That combination of nominal levels of B12 intake, which were maybe just enough,
Time's up, they're here.
and declining levels of intrinsic factor can lead to B12 deficiency. B12 deficiency produces a neurological condition mimicking senile dementia of the Alzheimer's type. If you detect it early, it's totally reversible with supplemental B12, but if you don't, it actually becomes a permanent form of cognitive impairment. So I think the only argument of concern about a high-quality plant-exclusive diet and either cognitive decline or dementia is the B12 issue. It does become more of a concern with advancing age, but provided you're getting enough B12, and with advancing age you're having B12 levels checked to make sure you're absorbing it properly, there's absolutely no reason why there should be any risk whatsoever.
That was close.
Okay, let me just say a few words about dementia. As David was alluding to, we don't have a quote-unquote gold standard definitive answer because no one has done a particular study to address just that issue. So the best we can do is make inferences from the data that we do have. And I can tell you, I've been to Loma Linda several times, both for conferences and also because I am Seventh-day Adventist. And there are not, elderly people laid out in the street like speed bumps because they're all demented. So I don't think there is a higher prevalence of dementia in that population, which is the longest lived population in the United States. So now, granted, they're not all vegans, which is one of the reasons, again, we don't have the definitive answer. But if you look at the things that tend to cause dementia, they are the same kind of factors that tend to cause heart disease, high blood pressure, strokes, and so on. So if one may infer from that by avoiding those risk factors, you will lower your risk for dementia. But again, until we have, a certain body of accumulated data, we can't say for sure. But I tell you, I'm putting my money on a plant-based diet. Now, having said that, let's talk about what we should eat, or what we used to eat. First of all, none of us were there. And none of the people who tend to write and make suppositions about what humans used to eat were there. So here again, we have to make inferences. And part of the problem, in my opinion, with much of the work that has been done from an anthropological perspective on human diets were done by Western European men who basically had their heads in the wrong part of their anatomy. They came to this issue with the assumption that meat was important for human physiology, human development, for human survival. And nothing could be further from the truth. When I gave my lecture on diet and design, I specifically addressed the fact that because of our small stomachs and our inability to eat carrion, the maximum number of calories that we can get from a package of animal protein is limited. Furthermore, we can't utilize any of that protein over and above whatever our daily needs consist of, and that's going to be a very small percentage. So from that perspective, it is a complete waste of time to spend hours and hours and hours and risk injury chasing around animals trying to kill them, to hunt them, when you don't really get a nutritional benefit from it, if you understand what I mean. Not in equatorial areas. However, if you decide to move up to places where plants die off during the wintertime and there's no plant food available, then you have a reason that you have to eat animals. Because Or if you move into what I call a marginal environment, say a scrub desert environment where the types of plants that grow there are not plants that humans can easily eat and assimilate, then you start herding so that you use animals to transform that roughage into a form that you can access. But all of that was late in human history and human civilization. And the point is, by the time we were smart enough to do these things, we had already been given a suite of organs and physiology by our plant-eating ancestors. So at that point, it doesn't matter what we do. I mean, I can get on an airplane and fly through the air at 600 miles an hour, but I better not jump out of it. Because if I do, I'm going to die. That does not mean I can fly. It just means I can use technology to overcome my anatomic and physiologic limitations. So the point is, again, I said this yesterday, even the best predators on this planet can, and I'm sorry for the face in the microphone, can only make a kill every 7 to 10 days. Human beings can't even get anywhere near that efficient. And furthermore, if we do manage to kill a large body of animal, most of it will go to waste because it will start to rot before we can consume it. So again, hunting is not an effective survival strategy for people living in equatorial areas. However, if you're living in the Arctic or you're living somewhere where the body will freeze and not rot, then it does become useful. But again, by that point, what you are adapted to eat is moot because you're adapted to eat plants, but you learn to utilize other animals to get your calories, if what I'm saying is making sense to you. So humans were never hunter-gatherers. At best, we were gatherers and occasionally we hunted. But even in modern Stone Age tribes, 80 to 90% of the calories are provided by the gathering efforts of women. The men are, whatever they bring home actually is pretty immaterial if you think about it. Because if I took away 80% of the food that you would eat, say, between now and June, you'd still be here. But if I only, if I took away 20% of the food that you will eat between now and June, you'd still be here. Probably be maybe a little thinner, but you'd still be here. If I took away 80%, you'd be dead. So my point is that humans have always subsisted and survived on plant foods primarily.
Yeah, I'll do the Adventist study, but first I want to add a little bit in defense of the nutritional anthropologists. If you look carefully at some of the studies, especially Melvin Connor and Boyd Eaton, there are two studies where they actually provided, I think, a reasonable guesstimate of what people during Paleolithic times actually consumed. They say very clearly during the first 80% of the Paleolithic period, we were plant eaters. It wasn't until the last 20% that people started moving north and began to hunt more. But even then, and even for those people, they still ate a lot of plants, and that is validated when you look at their estimates of what humans actually consumed. They estimated that humans consumed somewhere between 70 and 150 grams of fiber per day. So the 70 at the low end, that was the people that were doing more of the hunting. The 150 plus were people doing more of the gathering.
So it really ought to be called gatherer, hunter, poopers.
Exactly. It's a
150 grams of fiber a day. You need to leave a lot of time.
It's a far greater amount of fiber. It's a far greater amount of fiber than the average vegan eats, and we need to recognize that a lot of wild plants are 3 to 4 times more concentrated in fiber than our cultivated plants that we bred to be more palatable to us. And so that's something that factors in. But I think the point here is that if you look at the numbers, vitamin C intakes were 500 or 600 milligrams, the guesstimates. Potassium, 7 to 12 or to 10,000 milligrams. Those numbers vegans don't see generally. And those are nutrients that are concentrated in plant foods. So these folks were eating a lot of plants. And one thing that I did at one point, when I first looked at that nutritional anthropology, I thought to myself, there is no way that people eating a so-called paleo diet today are even coming close to what true Paleolithic man actually consumed. So I did the math. And I took 3 days worth of recommended paleo menus from the most popular paleo website, and I analyzed the diets, and then I did the same for a purely, exclusively plant-based diet, 3 days of recommended menus analyzed, and then I compared them to the Paleolithic estimates. And the paleo folks had 3 nutrients or 4 nutrients that were actually closer to true Paleolithic people than the vegans, and they were vitamin A, cholesterol, zinc, and I forget protein, of course, protein, about 30% of calories from protein. The vegans had, I think, 13 nutrients closer to a true Paleolithic diet than what people are calling paleo today. So I think we are actually eating a plant-exclusive diet closer to a true Paleolithic diet than people who claim. What I don't get is why paleo, people trying to eat paleo are so focused on trying to get that 30% of calories from protein. They don't care anything about getting the 70 to 150 grams of fiber or the 500 to 600 milligrams of vitamin C. So, and then somebody else did the math. You did the math in terms of if everybody on this planet ate paleo. Tell that story.
I will. So I'll come to that in a second. I actually want to jump on the nutrient bandwagon because there's something really fascinating here. So you may not all remember this, but there was a time when the recommended daily allowance for folate was 200 micrograms a day. It was doubled to 400 micrograms a day because of decisive epidemiologic evidence that the higher intake of folate around the time of conception massively reduced the risk of neural tube defects, a kind of birth anomaly, congenital anomaly. At the same time, and totally independently, this exact work that Brenda's citing, Mel Connor, Boyd Eaton, and others, using, and you're wondering, how do they know about nutrients? So they're studying dental wear patterns. They're also studying coproliths, which are fossilized fecal remains, archaeological remains, and so forth. So, triangulating every source of evidence they can. But this same body of evidence suggested that our native Paleolithic intake of folate was about 400 micrograms a day. It was stunning that the epidemiology, totally independent, was looking for the right answer for health, and it was a bullseye on the estimate of what our native intake level was. And that's happened with several other nutrients as well. So really interesting. So I think what we adapted to does have relevance, but I agree it becomes a pop culture fad where you pick one element out of the so-called story that you like, you focus on that and you lose the big picture. In terms of space, so I did this calculation for a column in the Huffington Post some years ago. You can look at multiple sources in the anthropology literature. How much space do you need to make a living as a hunter-gatherer? So I looked at all the credible sources I could find, took the average, and multiplied it by 7.8 billion, which was the number of Homo sapiens on the planet at that time. It's gone up slightly since. And my calculation was that for the current population of the world to live that way would require 15 times the surface area of the planet, including all of the oceans, the polar caps, and the Sahara Desert. So good luck with that.
I just want to hop in for just a minute because you're absolutely right about Boyd Eaton and his colleagues, but they are really sort of the second wave of anthropologists who came back, looked at what these original anthropologists were saying and said, you know what, these guys need more fiber in their diet. And because Boyd Eaton published a very famous paper called The Seed Eaters, I think. No, I'm sorry, that was Clifford Johnson, forgive me. But he did an analysis of wild foods that were eaten by Stone Age tribes in Africa and compared them to the plant foods that they ate. And what he ended up with was the wild animal foods had a calorie content of 1.41 calories per gram, and the wild plant foods had a calorie content of 1.29 calories per gram. Now, if you remember your arithmetic and you round up and round down, you got 1.3 versus 1.4. Statistically, that really is no significant difference in calories. But when you look at the nutrient content of those foods, people who were getting their calories and nutrients from plant foods would be much better off than people who are running around chasing stuff they were unlikely to catch. And again, that argues that people living in equatorial areas were much more likely to spend their time getting high quality plant foods than wasting their time chasing animals that they, again, were very unlikely to catch and also highly likely to become injured if they tried to catch them. And a lot of these anthropologists have come up with these ridiculous theories that, well, the way humans hunted was we, quote, ran animals to exhaustion. First of all, thank you, okay? I would love to see somebody run an antelope to exhaustion. I'm waiting to see that. But from a metrics standpoint, that is a losing strategy, because that means you are going to expend, and especially collectively, thousands of calories chasing an animal that at most you can extract maybe 300 or 400 calories from as an individual. That is a complete waste, and that is a calorie sink that if you do that day after day, you're going to end up starving to death. So that no existing predator on this planet ever has in the past or currently uses the strategy of running animals to exhaustion. That's foolish. It's actually stupid. Because it's just a monumental waste of energy. You look at extant predators, they will chase animals for maybe 300-400 yards. If they don't catch up to them, they leave them alone because they know better than to waste their time and energy. Then some other researchers said, oh, well, humans ate, they scavenged. They scavenged from carcasses on the savannah. Really? People end up in the ER every Thanksgiving from poorly cooked turkey, and they've got ranges at home that cost thousands of dollars. You're trying to tell me that these people were scavenging off rotting carcasses on the savannah? That is complete male bovine fertilizer, okay? And you ask, why do people come up with these ridiculous theories? It's because they have a misplaced understanding of the importance of animal foods. Animal foods are not important for our survival. They are not necessary. And I don't think that early human ancestors in equatorial regions wasted their time hunting, not until they moved up north, developed hunting cultures, and then brought them back into Africa.
We're spending a lot of time on the question, but it's a really interesting question. So just a little bit more, we've invoked Boyd Eaton's name a couple of times, and Boyd and Melkana really are sort of the founding fathers of our modern understanding of Paleolithic nutrition. Boyd also happens to be a dear friend and a lovely gentleman. And I'd like to commend something to your collective attention. In 2015 in Boston, Walter Willett and I were privileged to co-chair a conference called Old Ways Common Ground. So Old Ways, which is a nonprofit, was the convener, and the goal was to look for the common ground among very divergent views of nutrition. So we had some ardent advocates of plant-exclusive eating, but we invited the paleo experts. Boyd was there. I had the privilege of introducing Boyd Eaton to Neil Barnard, for example. So I mean, there were some really interesting interactions at the conference. But if you Google Old Ways Common Ground, you'll find all of the conference materials, and among them you'll see a presentation by one of the world's leading authorities on the Paleolithic diet explaining why modern-day humans need to eat a lot less meat. And that adds something really important to this dialogue, because it's not just us inside our temple preaching to one another. It's really powerful when you have somebody else from a very different camp say, these guys are right.
And I will, I guess, finish up this round with the Adventist Health Study. So again, the Adventist Health Study is not just one study, it's multiple, hundreds of studies. The first Adventist, it was called the Adventist Mortality Study, which actually compared Seventh-day Adventists with the general population in California. And what they found is the Adventists lived longer and had less disease. So then they did the Adventist Health Study 1, which looked at the possible reasons why the Adventists actually had less disease. Smoking less, exercising more, eating healthier, more plant-based diets, and all of that. And then the Adventist Health Study 2 came along, and it began in 2002. And it followed about it is still following, it's following about 96,000 individuals from North America, the United States, and Canada. And they look at meat eaters, semi-vegetarians, pesco-vegetarians, lacto-ovo-vegetarians, and vegans. And of course, it's it's a study where they're looking at health outcomes over time. And what they've found is they found a lot. So there have been a lot of reports. So where heart disease is concerned, it was very, very interesting because cardiovascular disease was about 42% lower among health-conscious vegans versus health-conscious omnivores, controlled for smoking and drinking and exercise and all of that. For lacto-ovo-vegetarians, it was about 23% lower. However, female vegans didn't enjoy any advantage over the female omnivores, and that, to me, was a bit of a mystery. Dr. Michael Orlick was the lead author on this study, and I asked him if there was an explanation for that, and I had a theory. My theory is that I don't know if it's correct or not, but I think that there's much less of a difference between, and maybe you could chime in on this, Milton, between the female vegetarians, vegans, and omnivores than there may be between the males. Because from my experience in the Adventist world, I see even the omnivorous women not eating very much meat, where the men may eat quite a lot more, and so they would enjoy an even greater advantage going vegan than would the women. And Michael Orlick, there are a number of possible explanations, and he said basically we really don't know. But that, did you want to chime in on that?
Well, I would say that I think that your impressions are probably certainly correct to an extent and moving in the right direction. I also just want to throw out one other little tidbit that when they looked at least in the Adventist Health Study 1, cancer risk, the Adventists had lower risk for all cancers except prostate cancer. And one of the reasons is because most of them are lacto-ovo, and the primary risk factor for prostate cancer is dairy consumption. At least that's my theory.
Yeah. And in the Adventist Health Study 2, they compared vegans and lacto-ovo vegetarians, and vegans were at an advantage as far as I can recall. Where cancer is concerned, the vegans had about 16% lower rates, and the lacto-ovo vegetarians, I think, was 8%, compared to similar health-conscious omnivores. They looked at diabetes. Vegans had 62% less diabetes, and the lacto-ovo vegetarians, I think it was 34% or so less. They looked at kidney disease, and it was about half. 52% less kidney disease among lacto-ovo vegetarian and vegans combined. They looked at longevity, and the vegans had a 15% advantage over the 15% lower mortality. The lacto-ovo vegetarians had about 9%. So these studies are very, to me, I like the study because we're seeing long-term outcomes in health that are favorable for people eating plant-based. So I like that. But I mean, if you look at Epic Oxford, and I didn't mention yesterday, and I should have mentioned, the latest 2019 study that has looked at cardiovascular disease, they found about 22% reduction in cardiovascular disease for vegetarians, but the vegetarians had about a 20% increased risk of hemorrhagic of strokes, which were mostly hemorrhagic strokes. And so I think we need to do more investigation, and you may have an explanation for that. But at this point, I think we need a little bit more research to look at that.
Well, so a couple quick comments. First, when you hear about, and Brenda, by the way, is remarkable, and you could play the let's see if Brenda's right game with all these statistics that she throws at you. Trust me, she's always right. So she actually knows all these numbers. It's crazy. But a lot of these numbers are relative risk. So if you have a 23% increase in the risk of X and a 22% reduction in the risk of Y, you're still obligated to ask, well, what was the baseline risk of X? What was the baseline risk of Y? Right? So you could increase the risk of something, you could double the risk. That could mean that, it goes from 1 and 2 to 2 and 3, it could be a very high risk. But if your risk at baseline is 1 in a million, and you double it, it's 2 in a million. It's still very unlikely to happen. The hemorrhagic strokes that Brenda just referenced are very uncommon relative to ischemic strokes. So there was a slight increase in risk in the vegans, but at a very low baseline, the absolute risk there was really very tiny. The other thing, I just wanted to leave you with what I hope is a bit of pithy wisdom from the world of statistics and logic. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So what Brenda cited for the Adventist study was that the vegan women did not seem to have an advantage relative to omnivorous or vegetarian, lacto-vegetarian women in the same population. That may simply be a lack of statistical power. Because if you match for smoking, and you match for sleep, and you match for stress, and you match for spirituality, and you match for lifestyle, and everybody's diet is a pretty high quality, and everybody's taking very good care of themselves, then the difference attributable to just the differences in their diet in terms of health outcomes is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller as each other important element in the health equation becomes standardized across the group. Doesn't mean there isn't a difference, but as the difference you're looking for gets smaller, you need an ever larger cohort and more time to find it. And the fact that you didn't find it may simply mean the group wasn't big enough. You didn't have enough time for that because they were matched on so many parameters that the outcome differences were what was left. Sort of the residual of all that may be fairly small. It may still be quite meaningful. Keep in mind that if something only affects 1 in 100,000 people, there'd be many thousands of cases in the U.S. each year, a population of 300 million. So even small risks may translate into a lot of very unhappy families at the end of a given year. But those risks may be very hard to spot, even if you have 1,000 people in your study, even if you have 5,000. You might need 100,000 people in your study for a long time to find those small differences.
I just want to throw out a couple of thoughts. I agree with you, David, that the way Brenda has these statistics memorized is it's actually encouraging because it suggests that, yeah, your brain is going to be cool with a plant-based diet. But another reason I think that they may not have seen differences in the women in particular is because, as you know, when it comes to plant-based Adventists, the number of vegans is much smaller than the number of lacto-ovo vegetarians. And given that women are already at lower risk for heart disease, that would mean that you would need a lot more women to actually power the study well enough to see the differences that were there. So that's probably an artifact of just kind of study design and population. But the question I want to ask both of you briefly is, when that Oxford data came out suggesting there may be a small increase in hemorrhagic stroke, there was a lot of discussion about the statistical analysis and the suggestion that the analysis was flawed and that that's why they got those incongruous results suggesting that vegans were more likely to have a hemorrhagic stroke. What do you guys think of that? Do you think that the way the data was analyzed was suspect?
I should be able to answer based on my training, but I don't remember the statistical method. My recollection, though, is that it was a relative risk of an extremely small baseline, and the error bars were wide. So I remember looking at it and shrugging my shoulders, thinking 22% variance in a very low baseline risk. This is going to get distorted in the media because there's a massive reduction in something that's common and a slightly lesser increase in something that's rare. And the error bars are wide, meaning we're not even really sure that it's happening, and it's just barely significant. So, it was sort of borderline fluke. I didn't notice any problem with the methods per se, other than the methods were translated by the media into a false equivalence. This gets better, this gets worse. But we were talking about massively different levels of baseline risk. Something common got a lot better, and something very rare may have gotten a little worse. That's not an equivalent.
And I have no idea. All I can say is I trust Paul Appleby, the statistician for Epic Oxford. He has a tremendous amount of experience, and I highly doubt that he would make that kind of error.
As far as I can tell, the methods were fine. The message was better.
Okay.
That's it.
These three questions. The first one is for Dr. Katz. Dr. Katz, you worked in the university community for most of your adult life. Many of us trust and like universities. Should we assume universities are unbiased, caring institutions who provide benevolent scientific information to the world for the sake of bettering humanity, or are there financial conflicts of interest influencing the information they report? Please explain if when we hear about a study or information coming from a university, if we should assume it's unbiased and accurate. Second question, where do the largest, strongest animals on this planet get their protein from? Is it true that they are all vegans or herbivores? What does this have to do with human health? And number three, are there risks to low cholesterol? Gabriel Cousins says low cholesterol is associated with greater depression, according to studies that he has seen.
Securing the tap.
These are all for me?
No, those are all for all three of you. Just the first was for you.
Just the first one. Are universities unfailingly, unassailably, unimpeachably ethical and wonderful? Yes, of course. No, so it's silly. Universities are institutions with lots of people in them, and there certainly ought to be participation in the principles of academia. And academia ought to foster the pursuit of truth and understanding. It ought to foster diversity of perspectives and methods, and it ought to foster transparency. But human beings have biases, and those biases influence the work we do. And quite frankly, some biases are more lucrative than others. So even if the university is committed to being unassailably ethical, what if some of your researchers are asking questions that more readily result in grant funding than others? What if those asking questions that the beef industry likes, just for instance, are more readily funded than those asking questions of interest to the zucchini growers? And what if the fact that those with interest related to the beef industry get funded more advances them in the academic hierarchy, so they attain the status of full professor, department chair, or tenure, and have more leverage at the university, and carry with them their native human bias? Now, has this tarnished the reputation of the university, or is just this the normal course of human machination? I would argue that it's a bit of both. I think we really need to recognize that institutions can be motivated by a diversity of interests. Universities are interested in money like people are. Individuals all have biases. Biases don't make us bad. They really just mean we're human. They're things we like and prefer. What I think you have to require in all cases is evidence of egalitarianism, a willingness to ask a variety of questions, a willingness to support a variety of pursuits. What worries me is if there's a strong link between an institution and a given agenda. And you know, the question is timely because as I shared with you yesterday, you know, I was here fresh from some diet wars, particularly related to processed meat. And the latest development in the back and forth tussle there is that the chancellor of Texas A&M University, which is a land-grant university with ties to big agriculture and the beef industry, among other things, the chancellor of Texas A&M sent a letter to Harvard University, the president, asking that Frank Hugh, Walter Willett, and I all be investigated for opposing the guidelines telling you to all keep eating processed meat. So it appears that Texas A&M doubled down on these very misguided guidelines. So I would argue there appears to be a bias at the level of the whole institution. Walter, Frank, and I, for those of you interested, all said, yes, let's by all means have Harvard University. For those, as I shared with you yesterday, you know, I was here fresh from some diet wars, particularly related to processed meat. And the latest development in the back and forth tussle there is that the chancellor of Texas A&M University, which is a land-grant university with ties to big agriculture and the beef industry, among other things, the chancellor of Texas A&M sent a letter to Harvard University, the president, asking that Frank Hugh, Walter Willett, and I all be investigated for opposing the guidelines telling you to all keep eating processed meat. So it appears that Texas A&M doubled down on these very misguided guidelines. So I would argue there appears to be a bias at the level of the whole institution. Walter, Frank, and I, for those of you interested, all said, yes, let's by all means have Harvard University investigate. So, you know, compared to most institutions, universities are temples of, you know, the concerted effort to pursue truth. But they're flawed institutions because human beings run the show, and human beings are all flawed. So, you know, I think at the end of it all, you know, they're better sources than most, but caveat emptor. You need to know, who are these people? What do they have to say? Where does their funding come from? Do they always produce the same answer to just one question? Have they devoted their entire career to one funding source? Would they be able to change what they're talking about and not have it hurt? The messages coming out of Harvard about diet could be anything under the sun, and Harvard would be fine. It appears to me that if the research coming out of Texas A&M didn't favor meat, it would be harmful not only to the individuals, but to the university. That's pernicious.
I'll take terrestrial mammals for 300. There is no question that the largest, strongest terrestrial mammals on this planet are now and always have been complete plant eaters. And there are reasons for that. Nature only provides enough energy for animals that size who live in large groups through plant foods. You simply cannot bioconcentrate into the bodies of other animals and support a large number of predators. So yes, the largest, strongest animals are strict herbivores. They are now, always have been. But even more importantly and equally interesting, all large-bodied social mammals living in large groups are strictly herbivores. And again, it's because of energy dynamics. And so that, again, argues for human beings being strict herbivores. And I always like to point out to people that, you know, we humans are odd creatures. We are in love with the romance of killing, so we tend to idolize predators and things that seem to have a lot of power. But when we got ready to build our civilizations, we didn't hook our plows and our wagons and our coaches to lions, tigers, and bears. We hitched them to horses and oxen and elephants because only they had the strength and the stamina to do the work that needed to be done. So, as I once heard this young man say, if you want to be strong as an ox, you need to eat like one.
So I've got the depression from low cholesterol question. You may both want to address this, but I'll say this. If we look at populations around the world and look at populations who have very low cholesterol levels, like some of the rural Chinese, for example, that we know have very low cholesterol levels. I have never seen any evidence that they have greater amounts of depression. In fact, I think it may be the opposite, but I don't know, and you may want to weigh in on this.
No, yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Brenda. Yeah, so the issue is, why is your cholesterol low? One of the things to note is that acute illness lowers cholesterol. When people get admitted to the hospital, almost inevitably their cholesterol drops. Severe infection will lower it. And so, one of the issues here is temporal sequencing. Is there something wrong with someone causing their cholesterol to be low? And that's why they're depressed, and that's why their cholesterol's low, and it's not the low cholesterol causing the depression. And I completely agree at the population level. If you shift the bell curve for cholesterol, we tend to see much better mental health in whole populations that generally have much lower cholesterol than prevails in the U.S. If you're talking about somebody who is living in a culture like ours, where average cholesterol is much higher than it should be, specifically LDL, but also triglycerides, and then you're using medication to lower the cholesterol, well, you really change the equation. It's no longer just cholesterol and mental health. It's pharmacology and cholesterol, and the reason you needed the pharmacology and mental health, it's a much more complex equation. I think the only proviso to add to all of this is we know there is a lot of cholesterol in the brain. The brain is a fatty organ, and cholesterol is certainly important to brain development. So, this argument took hold, I think, because there is a plausible biological pathway by which cholesterol deficiency could impair brain function and conceivably affect both cognition and affect. But I think that's very unlikely, if not unheard of, with regard to lifestyle. I think the only way that becomes a real concern is with medication that may interfere with certain specific biochemical pathways. That's possible. It is possible that some of the highly effective drugs that interrupt cholesterol biosynthetic pathways could have an effect on affect. We'd have to allow for that. What's the remedy? Healthy lifestyle, for the most part, will help you not need those medications in the first place, and will defend you against depression as well.
I want to start off by sort of channeling Bill Clinton. He famously said, it depends on what your definition of is. And what I'm referring to, it depends on what your definition of low is. The problem is that most or all of the values we have for what's normal in Western countries are taken from what is, in my opinion, a sick population. People who are eating animal foods that have artificially driven up their cholesterol levels, have artificially spiked their ferritin and iron levels. And then when we compare vegans to plant-based people to these populations, we say, oh my God, you're at risk for deficiency. Oh my God, your level is so low. No, the level, in my opinion, is really where it needs to be. And the idea that you will have, because you have very low cholesterol levels, you're going to somehow be demented, again, I think is put to rest by the Adventist Health Studies 1 and 2, because even when I was a lacto-ovo vegetarian, granted, I didn't eat a whole lot of cheese and stayed away from dairy for the most part because I was lactose intolerant, and trust me, you don't want to be around me. But my cholesterol level was like down around 116, which I think most people would go, oh, that's kind of low. So I don't think that that's a real thing. I think that people are looking for reasons to attack or call plant-based diets into question, and to do it by suggesting that we need more cholesterol is like saying that we need more smoke in our lungs, and that's why we need to bring back cigarettes. It's just crazy.
That's taking damage.
Okay, these the next 3 questions. One, tell us about the study showing the reduction in cardiovascular disease when women substituted beef with beans. Second question, is it true that all protein is made by plants, that no animal is able to take nitrogen out of the air and incorporate it into an amino acid, and that only plants can do that, so any protein you get from an animal source is a secondhand plant protein? And third, what test should we get to make sure we are healthy? Where do we start? Should we get a blood test, a urine test, a stool test, a hair analysis test, a bone density test? If we are concerned about our health and want to go to the doctor and say, let's see what's going on with me, where do we start? What should we do?
Okay, I'm going to snatch up that protein question before anybody beats me to it. And the answer is only plants make protein. And when I say that, I mean only plants have the ability to take nitrogen atoms from the air, break them apart, chemically reduce them, and then incorporate them into the amino acids that ultimately make up all proteins. Any protein you get from an animal source is, in one way or another, recycled plant protein. Now, animals can take these plant proteins and deconstruct them and reconstruct them into different amino acids, but ultimately that nitrogen came from a plant. So truly, only plants make protein, and you can take that to the bank.
I think I would just add, just to qualify the statement, that only plants make essential amino acids. Okay, so there's an ability to build proteins in animals, but only plants. So the thing that you need to remember is so many people say about quality of protein and you must eat animal products to get the essential amino acids. They all come from plants. Plants make them, it's where they come from. It doesn't make any sense. To me, it really defies rationality to assume we can't get them from plants. It's where they come from. So just to add that.
All right, so folks, I want to point out what these 2 sneaky devils just did. They both ganged up on one question and left the other 2 for me. Just so we're clear on that. All right, fine then. So in terms of all the tests you ought to do, let's make this one short. Refer to the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force. Best evidence-based repository of what tests actually produce a likelihood of benefit for you. Should you get a total body scan? No. Will you identify tests you might want to do for specific reasons that are beyond us? Yes, but the question is, what should everybody have done at what age, varying by sex and health risk and so forth? This is the best evidence-based repository of those guidelines anywhere in the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force. Let's just leave that one there rather than getting into about all kinds of separate tests. And then the other question was about the 2010 study by Bernstein et al. You want to jump in about the USPS?
Yeah, about the test. The 2 things that I would say that all vegans should have tested when you go to the doctor: make sure they check your B12 level, make sure they check your D3, aka I can't say vitamin D. I'm sorry. Your D3 level. So to make sure that you are replete in both of those. So whatever else they do, make sure they check those two things.
Good advice. So the other question was about the study. This was a 2010 study, Bernstein et al. Out of Harvard, Nurses Health Study cohort. What was interesting about this, so this was looking at variations in protein sources in the diet and cardiovascular disease. And what makes it interesting, because there's a lot of literature on that, and I think you've gotten a collective opinion on the topic, this was very food specific. So it looked at, so if people eat poultry instead of red meat, what happens to heart disease? And if they eat fish instead of poultry, and if they eat fish instead of beef, and that if they eat beans instead of poultry, and beans instead of fish, and beans instead of beef, there's a really nice chart in the middle of the paper showing the magnitude of risk reduction with every one of these substitutions measured in terms of the rates of cardiovascular disease. And this study was exclusively in women. There's no reason to think it would be much different in men, but it showed that all of the substitutions you would expect caused reductions in cardiovascular disease, but by far and away, you go down this plot and you're looking at bigger and bigger and bigger differences. By far, the most massive risk reduction was the substitution of beans for beef, which also offer the advantage of tremendous benefit to the planet. Massively less water utilization, massively less greenhouse gas emissions. Almost all the other substitutions in the chart are in accord with what you would expect, so fish was better than beef. Maybe the one that was a little least clear, but I think it was a very small cell in the study, was beans replacing fish. This question's come up a number of times at the conference, what about fish? But it looked like that substitution favored beans as well. And again, just to repeat what I've said before, eating fish is certainly bad for the fish, whatever the effects are on the people. So you can kind of just see the magnitude of benefit associated with all of these individual food substitutions, which is a nice level of granularity to superimpose on the high-level message that we should be getting our protein exclusively or at least overwhelmingly from plants.
The next three questions is one, why have obesity rates increased in the United States so much in the last 50 years?
Back on your feet.
The second question is, people often say to avoid carbs, the word carb. Very specifically, which are the exact carbs that we should eat? Name the actual, name them by name, each bean, each grain, name it so we're clear. And then number three, a lot of what we're talking about at this conference is obesity, heart disease, cancer, diabetes, all these statistics. One of the reasons we have this conference is there's a feeling of urgency that there are some very uncomfortable statistics that are uncomfortable to deal with. But I've read that in the last 50 years that the sperm counts have gone down by 60%. I've also read that the rate of autism has increased, and then that we had a speaker named Beth Lambert who wrote a book called The Compromised Generation, saying that years ago 12% of kids had childhood illness, and now it's at 54%. Any thoughts on what's going on? There's an increase with kids with allergies and asthma and ADHD and autism. So any thoughts about just the general, what these statistics mean and what is going on? Is it chemicals or what are your thoughts on those statistics? Those are the three questions.
Well, I'm going to take the easy I want to talk about carbs because I think people are terribly confused about carbs quite often. Carbs, we always seem to have the macronutrient villain of the decade. And this decade, it seems to be carbs have been blacklisted by a lot of people. I think number one, what people need to understand is the relative percent of macronutrients, if we're within sort of the necessary ranges, really don't matter as much as people think they do. If the sources of those macronutrients are healthy, when you're getting your nutrients from whole plant foods, Whether or not you're consuming 10% fat or 20% or 30% probably doesn't matter as nearly as much as the quality of that macronutrient. The same is true for carbohydrates. So one of the reasons carbohydrates have such a bad name is because probably 80 or 90% of the carbohydrates people in this country consume are consumed in the refined form. So what does that mean? What are refined carbohydrates? We'll take a whole plant food, remove almost everything of value to human health, and then before you eat it, add a bunch of things we know are relatively pathogenic, like the cheapest fat, the cheapest sugar, salt, colors, flavors, all of that, and then eat the stuff. And that's, you cannot possibly achieve optimal health doing that. So there are two categories of refined carbohydrates. There are refined sugars, like what we see in soda, which are what 47% of the sugar Americans consume comes from soda. And there are refined complex carbohydrates or starches. And when we refine starches, we're talking about white flour and white rice and cornstarch and so forth. And these don't come packaged with fiber or phytochemicals or antioxidants or plant sterols or stanols or any of the things that need to be associated with carbohydrate to ensure optimal health. And so we don't need to reduce our carbohydrate intake per se. We need to get rid of refined carbohydrates. And it's not even a matter of simple versus complex carbohydrates, because simple carbohydrates can be very healthy when they come from fruits and vegetables. And complex carbohydrates very healthy when they come from beans and starchy vegetables. So what we need to be doing is really very simple. Eating food in its whole form before it's stripped of everything of value, and we've added a bunch of harmful components to it. And so that's one of the reasons it makes sense to eat a whole food plant-based diet. Carbohydrates are not the enemy. The average intake in blue zones, and it ranges hugely in blue zones, but the average is about 62% of calories from carbohydrates, with a high of 80 or 85% in Okinawa and a low of maybe 40% in Ikaria, Greece, and then averaging around 60 or 65 in the Loma Linda and the Nicoya Peninsula in Sardinia. So it's all over the place, but generally we know that some of the healthiest people in the world. Look at the tsunami, is it? Chamani in Bolivia, right? So they consume 72% of calories from carbohydrates. Where are those carbohydrates coming? These are the people with the lowest rates of heart disease on the planet. The carbohydrates are coming from plantains, they're coming from beans, they're coming from whole foods, and that's the key.
I just have one glib comment to piggyback onto that. Remember, I told you, the only white things at your dinner table should be the tablecloth and the people eating dinner. And maybe cauliflower.
That's good. That may be better than what I was going to say, which is everything from lentils to lollipops is carbohydrate. You really want to reach summary judgment about all that. But I'll pivot from Brenda's beautiful answer, Milton's pithy addition, to the obesity question. Then I'll leave Milton to answer the question about every ailment under the sun, which was question 3. So good luck with that one. Why did obesity get so bad since 50 years ago? Why doesn't everybody have it is the question. Because, for starters, you know, we're really good at gaining and storing weight as a safeguard against a rainy day. It's just sort of built into our metabolism. You know, what's abnormal is the fact that there are excess calories available constantly. Our ability to turn that into an energy reserve is normal. Everything Brenda described about food processing relates directly to the obesity problem of the last half century. We invented multiple varieties of junk and called them food. We invented fast food. We invented drive-thrus. We invented suburban sprawl. Then we invented the internet and smartphones and social media so that all we ever need to do is move our thumbs and see how popular we are today. And, you know, all forms of physical activity are being expunged from our crazy, hectic, stressful lives. Almost everybody is on the seafood diet. I see food and I eat it. Food is ubiquitous. And as if that weren't all bad enough, corporate America tells us on a daily basis America runs on Dunkin'. It's like a confession. You want to know why everybody's fat? We're here to tell you. And then we know from Michael Moss, Salt, Sugar, Fat, we knew from the Chicago Tribune before that, that there is a premium placed on the engineering of food that maximizes the calories it takes to feel full. So we are constantly exposed to hyper-palatable foods designed by people who literally get paid a bonus if they can make you eat more than you should. And we have all of these so-called labor-saving technologies that intrude into our day and make it ever harder to fit the native amount of motion back into our days, and on it goes. So it's a perfect storm. And the other critical thing to note is that we seem to wring our hands. You know, you could ask the question, why are we so subject to obesity the last 50 years? Again, the amazing thing is that anybody is holding out. But the other issue is we wring our hands, epidemic obesity. We've tried so much, and, you know, why hasn't it gotten better? You'll hear the argument, we cut fat and got fatter, so that was wrong. No, we never cut fat. We got advice to cut fat. But in America, we don't like to cut stuff. There are two ways to reduce the percent of calories you get from fat: the sensible way and the American way. The sensible way would be to actually eat a bit less fat. The American way is to say, hey, how about if I just eat more of everything else, all of those hyper-processed carbohydrate, I'll grow the denominator, the percent of calories I'm getting from fat will go down, that'll look good. That's what we did. That's actually what the data showed. We did the same thing when we got foolish enough to think the problem was we picked the wrong macronutrient, let's cut carbs now, right? So, you know, until we grow up and start embracing the importance of the actual foods we eat and overall diet quality, there are innumerable ways to eat badly and play into the hands of big food and corporate profit. So, you know, those of us trying to fix obesity over the last half century have been bailing a sinking ship with pipettes, while corporate America has been flooding the boat with a fire hose. We've never even tried to fix epidemic obesity.
And to just touch on what David said before I get to the impossible question, it's even worse than he described, because what's very interesting is that over the last 30 to 40 years, corporate American culture has really just sort of embraced this money-making dynamic, that it's all about increasing dividends, share value, market share. And when you think about it, the number of people in the U.S. population is relatively fixed. The number of people alive today in the United States is not significantly different from the number of people who were alive 50 years ago. So the question is, if you are McDonald's and you want to make more money, and you finally saturate the country with, you know, these golden arches, what do? The number of people that you can potentially sell to is fixed. Well, you start making each individual item bigger. So I know that when I was a kid, a McDonald's hamburger was like this big. Had a thin little patty, 2 pieces of bread, and maybe some cheese. Now you've got double, triple quarter pounders with 3 kinds of cheeses, bacon, and God knows what else on one burger. It used to be that a pizza was some bread with some cheese and tomato sauce and, you know, some toppings. Now you got cheese in the bread, cheese on top of the bread, and cheese in the box. It's just, so people are finding ways to stuff more calories into each individual item, and that's coupled with, as he said, this culture where we're moving less and less and less, and the end result is rather predictable. But to move on to this question of why are people getting sicker, and why are we seeing, you know, more and more illnesses, some real, some just made up by pharmaceutical companies to sell you nonsense. 924 is not a thing, okay? Let me just say that. I have noticed that, and perhaps you guys have too, that when you were a kid, that in your classes there was maybe one kid who was a little bit off, but by and large everybody else was fine. Nowadays, something like 30% of kids are on medication. People have, you know, fibromyalgia and this and that. And I do think that these ailments, I'm not going to call them diseases, I do think these ailments are real. The question is, where are they coming from? How many of you, can I see a show of hands, saw Food Inc.?
We need to resecure it.
Okay. For those of you who've not seen it, it streams on Netflix. Go home and watch it. One of the things that really struck me in that documentary was they talked about the yield in corn per acre that has happened over the last 100 years. And I don't remember, unfortunately, I don't have Brenda's brain, so I don't remember the exact numbers in terms of how many bushels they used to get from an acre at the beginning of the 20th century versus the latter end of it. But the yield, I think, had at least tripled. So think about this, ladies and gentlemen. You still have the same amount of dirt with, you know, X amount of minerals and, you know, nitrogen and whatever else in that dirt. But now you are growing 3 times as many plants out of it. That means that those plants themselves are going to be nutrient deficient. Okay? And they make them look pretty by jazzing them up with petrochemical fertilizers to make them grow and look nice and big, but they are empty in terms of the calories. Then what do? They turn around and take this corn and feed it to farm animals. You see, people think that when they're eating, you know, beef or chicken, that they're eating the beef and chicken that their ancestors from several hundred years ago ate. No, those animals were actually roaming in the environment, actually eating real plants, getting adequate nutrition. You are now eating animals that have been fed nutrient-depleted corn, okay? It gets worse than that. These animals are also given what's called growth-enhancing technology, which are a series of steroid implants and other hormones and chemicals to make them grow faster. Because, of course, the faster and more cheaply you get an animal to market weight, the better your profit margin. So people are eating animals whose tissues are loaded with a bunch of synthetic hormones and chemicals that are at baseline nutrient depleted. And I think that is showing up in our bodies by the fact that our bodies are screaming out in agony for the micronutrients and even macronutrients that they're missing because they are eating what is essentially depleted garbage. And it's showing up in 1,000 different ways. That is my opinion. I don't have proof of that, but that's the best way I can put this together.
Yeah, it's good. I do understand why we're here, but I wonder if I might expand the view. There's a great answer. But it's not all about only food, of course. And I have 5 children. And so I've got kids in the sort of the millennial group, and unbelievable amounts of mental anguish in that group. And they're concerned about a planet in peril. They're concerned about our divisive politics and principles of our democracy. They're facing existential threats, and that's they've been born into an uncontrolled experiment involving the internet and social media. Everything about the nature of communication and human interaction has changed. I think all of that is part of the mix. What's happening above the neck is relevant to everything below. And then I wanted to throw in an anecdote, because I agree with everything you said. But the youngest of my 5 kids is my son, and there's an interesting anecdote about Gabe from many years ago. I was giving a talk at Dartmouth. Gabe was 5 at the time. He's now turning 21. And he got restless during my talk. He was driving my wife crazy, and my remedy was to propose that he stop torturing his mother, run up the stairs, out the door, along the corridor, in the other door, down the stairs, and come back to his seat and sit still, stop fidgeting. So he did that, and I kept talking. He came back, sat down, gave me a sort of cheeky, in-your-face look, Dad, and took off again. And when he came around the second time, he didn't sit down. He just waved and kept going, and 2 kids got up and took off after him. And then when the 3 of them came around, basically every kid in the audience under the age of 12, and people were there with their families, took off. So we now have 30 kids running laps around the audience. A program was born that day. We called it ABC for Fitness, Activity Burst in the Classroom. We developed this at the Prevention Research Center. We studied it. We made it freely available. It's in thousands and thousands of schools. And the idea is you could basically integrate bouts of controlled physical activity throughout the school day, have it add up to 30 minutes, make the kids better behaved, better learners, and healthier into the bargain. But in the aftermath of that experience with my son, and all the years of studying and deploying that program, I developed a rant. The proper remedy for rambunctiousness in children is recess, damn it, not Ritalin. We take naturally rambunctious kids, bolt them to chairs all day long so they can grow up to become adults. We can't get off couches with crowbars, and when they complain about it, we medicate them. That's horribly wrong.
You're absolutely right. I was horrified to learn that kids don't have recess anymore. I'm like, are you kidding me? We lived for recess when I was in school.
Okay, I have 3 more questions. 1, do some blood types need animal products? There's a book that's saying that there's different foods for different blood types, and that's question 1. Question 2, which we might have touched on in a different panel, but again, how do we keep strong bones? How do we prevent osteopenia and osteoporosis, and how about arthritis? And if our bone density tests say are good and our calcium levels are good, does that mean that we don't have to worry about vitamin D levels? So really big question about bones. And then the third question is, how many high-quality studies support the claim that you have an 80% less lifetime risk of chronic disease if you avoid tobacco, achieve a healthy weight, healthy diet, and stay physically active? Do some blood types need animal products?
Yes, thank you. Because that's the one that makes me get appetite and start throwing things at that. All right. I'm glad we got a big group here so I can explain this. It's not going to be the last time, but at least you guys will know and you can tell everybody. I owe you one. Where did blood type come from? So people actually, the mistake that people have been led into believing is that the term blood type tells you something about your particular genetic makeup, and it doesn't. How many people in the audience have type O blood? Yeah, so do I. I don't look like most of y'all. The way the blood typing system was developed was when they started transfusing blood between humans, they would get away with it for a couple times, and then they would notice that a patient would have a catastrophic anaphylactic reaction and die. And they did an autopsy and found out that much or most of their blood had hemolyzed. And so that quickly made them realize, you know what, there has to be some sort of antigen or protein on the surface of some of these red blood cells that the person who received the transfusion was reacting to. So they looked for it, and guess what? They found a protein, and they named that first one A. But in continuing to examine people's blood, they found a different type of protein, and that second one they named B. But they realized that the majority of people don't have any proteins on their red blood cells, and they were going to call that 0, but they said, you know what? To remain consistent, we'll call it O. That's all that means. Whether or not you have proteins on your blood cells. And, you know, they did additional research and got the RH factor, which is a different kind of protein. But the bottom, O blood, particular.
If you avoid tobacco, achieve a healthy weight, a healthy diet,
Oh,
and stay
yeah, that's the
physically
kind of
active.
shit I like. Knock out!
Do some blood types need animal products?
Yes, thank you. Because that's the one that makes me get apoplectic and start throwing things at the wall. All right. I'm glad we got a big group here so I can explain this. It's not going to be the last time, but at least you guys will know and you can tell everybody you know.
Securing the tap!
Where did blood type come from?
Secure the tap!
So people actually, the mistake that people have been led into believing is that the term blood type tells you something about your particular genetic makeup, and it doesn't. How many people in the audience have type O blood? Yeah, so do I. I don't look like most of y'all. The way the blood typing system was developed was when they started transfusing blood between humans, they would get away with it for a couple times, and then they would notice that a patient would have a catastrophic anaphylactic reaction and die. And when they did an autopsy, they found out that much or most of their blood had hemolyzed. And so that quickly made them realize, you know what, there has to be some sort of antigen or protein on the surface of some of these red blood cells that the person who received the transfusion was reacting to. So they looked for it, and guess what? They found a protein, and they named that first one A. But in continuing to examine people's blood, they found a different type of protein, and that second one they named B. But they realized that the majority of people don't have any proteins on their red blood cells, and they were going to call that 0, but they said, you know what? To remain consistent, we'll call it O. That's all that means. Whether or not you have proteins on your blood cells. And, you know, they did additional research and got the RH factor, which was a different kind of protein. But the bottom line is it just refers to whether or not your red cells carry proteins on their surface or not. Because that's the RH factor. It's a different type of protein, an antigen. Okay, but the bottom line is it doesn't have anything to do with your genetic makeup. And the guy who wrote the blood type book basically used this kind of logic. He said that the majority of the people who develop ulcers have type O blood, and ulcers are caused by excess acid. Acid is used to digest meat. Therefore, people with type O blood should eat diets that are high in meat. Okay, excuse my language, there are no kids present. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. Number one, human beings do not digest meat with stomach acid. We digest it.
I didn't know Adventists could say that, but it's refreshing.
I'm not supposed to. We digest it with pancreatic enzymes. We don't make enough stomach acid to actually digest meat like, say, a lion or a tiger or so forth. Secondly, we now know that most ulcers are not caused by acid overproduction, but in fact are caused by infection with H. pylori. So, Helicobacter pylori, it's a bacteria. So it has nothing to do with acid overproduction. And the bottom line is, since the majority of human beings on the planet have type O blood, the majority of people with any kind of disease are going to have type O blood. So the logic was completely flawed through and through. It is utterly worthless and bogus. Please, if you have that book, have a book burning party, and never, ever open it again.
Got your mark.
Yep, that's about right. Yeah, Peter Diadamo was a nice guy. Is a nice guy. Meant well, I think. Right? Yeah, Loader Brothers. So there were two other questions. One about bone health, don't do bone health? Yeah, and the other was how consistent is the literature showing an 80% variance in the rate of all major chronic disease if you don't smoke, eat well, and physically active. And that question may originate from stuff that I say routinely, because I routinely note, having been obligated on numerous occasions to look at the vast expanse of all the literature, writing textbooks, this is one of the most stunningly repetitive drumbeats in all of the peer-reviewed literature. There are studies in the US, there are studies in Europe, there are studies in Australia, there are studies in men, there are studies in women. There are prospective cohort studies, retrospective cohort studies. There are short-term intervention studies in people who already have established risk factors for chronic disease. There are primary prevention studies, secondary prevention studies, studies focused preferentially on cardiovascular disease, studies focused in particular on cancer. Absolutely amazing how often, when the question is, how much can we alter the incidence, the occurrence over time of major chronic diseases, the point estimate is about 80% if you go from getting these three things wrong to getting these three things right. Exposure to tobacco, diet quality bad, changing to good, and sedentariness moving to physical activity. Now, the 80% variance, to achieve that full benefit, I reduced my risk of ever getting heart disease, cancer, stroke, diabetes, and maybe dementia too by 80% across the board, presupposes that you're going from pretty bad at baseline to really good. If you're starting out pretty good and just a little better, obviously the net reduction in your personal risk won't be the 80%. But what the literature does is give us that view from altitude. There's absolutely no question. Diet quality bad, exposure to tobacco, lack of physical activity, fix them. Definitively fix them. Move away from tobacco exposure altogether, optimize your diet, be routinely in motion, physically active as a matter of routine. 80% reduction in the risk of all major chronic diseases. It's a stunningly consistent literature. What it would be tedious for me to do here now, with nothing for you to look at, is throw out specific citations. But I would tell you that if you want to start populating this with literature, you really need to remember just one study, Actual Causes of Death in the United States, that published in JAMA in 1993. And if you found that paper, Actual Causes of Death in the United States, it would then lead you to the mother lode. You would say, look for related papers, and what you'd find is unbelievably consistent affirmation of those same findings, that tobacco, poor diet, lack of physical activity collectively account for 80% of premature death and chronic disease in this country across a vast expanse. And if somebody wants a whole batch of specific citations, find me after. Be happy to share it with you.
And the final question is bones. So I like to talk about bones. I'll tell you, my mother developed osteoporosis in her early 50s. I think she was about 50 when she got diagnosed. And she has managed to maintain her bone density. She's now 82, really well with increased physical activity and eating healthfully. My family doctor was concerned about me because of the family history and because I hadn't consumed milk in 20 plus years. This was about 10 years ago. he did, because I was a fairly small white female, just a lot of potential risk factors. So we had the bone mineral density scan done, and when I went back to his office to get the results, I can still remember him opening up my file, and his jaw dropped, which is what they do. And he said, "I don't believe this." He said, "And you haven't had dairy for years?" And it was because my bone density was so high, they couldn't plot it. It was narrow at the top of the chart. It was 2.5 standard deviations above normal for my age. Osteoporosis is 2.5 standard deviations below, and so he said, "I don't know what you're doing, but whatever you're doing, just keep doing it." And I can tell you what I'm doing. I am very committed to physical activity, and physical activity is what you do to tell your bones they need to stay strong. So I do exercise as often, really pretty much a daily basis. I don't do it 3 days a week. To me, if I were a physically active person in my daily job, maybe 3 days a week would be enough, but I'm not. I tend to sit at my computer. I get up for bursts, do some push-ups or whatever, jumps or whatever I can do to keep myself moving, but on a daily basis I do at least 60 minutes of physical activity. So maybe it's a cross-country ski or skating or running or something outdoors, and maybe it's a spin class or a boot camp. At least twice a week I do an hour-long challenging weight class, and I try to do a couple of yoga classes for flexibility and so on. And so I think that is, number one physical activity. Then in terms of diet, it's osteoporosis is not a dairy deficiency disease, as the dairy industry would like to have us believe. They went to great extremes in terms of their advertising in Canada, for sure. I can remember one advertisement they had, this was back in the 80s, that said, "Oh yes, it's true that people in Africa only eat, so much calcium, and they don't drink milk. But they eat bugs. Do you want to be a barbarian like them and eat bugs? Go right ahead." It was just, for me, it was beyond belief. It was as low as you could go. And I was outraged. I was absolutely outraged. And they convinced people that dairy is an essential food. And again, it defies rationality that the milk of another species would be necessary for us or for any other species. Imagine a dog needing a cat's milk, it just doesn't make sense. The milk of every species is beautifully designed to support the growth of their young into, whatever. For the human species, normal nursing is 2 to 4 years. After that time, our lactase production tends to wane. Now, there's some people who have lactase persistence because they, many generations of dairy consuming, but 70% or so of the world's population has some degree of lactose intolerance. To me, a food guide in the United States or in Canada that includes dairy as an essential group is racist. And so, there were many of us that very gently encouraged Health Canada to take a different approach. And we used that strongly, and many other things as well, just the evidence as it stands. And so now Canada's food guide does not have a designated dairy group. It has half the plate is fruits and vegetables, a quarter of the plate is grains, and a quarter of the plate is foods that are more concentrated in protein. And that includes, I think they have a small little container of yogurt, but there are some meat and poultry and fish. But it is at least half of the items that are tofu and beans and nuts and seeds. And they actually encourage in the guide to choose plant protein choices more often. The beverage that is shown is water. And that's our new food guide, which is really encouraging to me. So that is not to say calcium is not important. Of course calcium is important, but so is magnesium and potassium in terms of minerals. There are several minerals that are important, boron, that are important to bone health. There are many vitamins, not just vitamin D. Vitamin D is critical for the absorption of calcium, but vitamin K and vitamin A, and there are lots of nutrients that are vitamin C that are important, folate, that are important to bone health. Protein is important to bone health because it's part of our bone matrix. Essential fatty acids are important. Fruits and vegetables are strongly correlated to improved bone health. So this is a multifactorial disease. People who are exposed to a lot of sunshine, they get a lot of physical activity, they eat a whole food plant-based diet, tend to have a little bit better bone health than people who are smoking and drinking and eating a refined diet and sitting at a desk all day. So this is a multifactorial disease. So how do people who are plant-based get enough calcium out of their milk? And again, just to drive this point home, yes, cow's milk has 300 milligrams of calcium per gram, but moose milk has 600. It doesn't make it an essential food. So there are other places where you get calcium. And if you look back in Paleolithic times, people did not milk any other animals to get calcium. That would have been impossible. So where did they get it? Well, they got an estimated 1,000, 1,500, in some publications it even says up to 2,000 milligrams of calcium a day without a single drop of cow's milk. They got it mainly from wild plants. And if you eat a healthy, plant-exclusive diet, you might, get, if you're including a variety of nuts and seeds, so chia seeds are high in calcium, almonds have a reasonable amount, sesame seeds, you're eating some beans, the higher calcium beans are white beans and great northern beans and black turtle beans and soybeans, of course. You're eating maybe even some of the greens. With greens, it's very, you need to be eating the lower oxalate greens to get calcium, because spinach and beet greens and Swiss chard have a lot of oxalate, so you don't absorb as much calcium from those greens. But greens, you actually absorb 40 to 60+% of the calcium from those foods, as opposed to the 32 to 34% from cow's milk. So if you eat a mix of plant foods, you'll probably be eating, and you eat enough calories, maybe 600-700 milligrams of calcium. Now, what do we need? Well, the IOM, the Institute of Medicine, says 1,000 to 1,200 for adults, depending on your age. So how do we boost that? I mean, we can certainly be choosing better within each food group, but we can also consume some fortified foods or tofu that is precipitated with calcium, or some fortified almond milk or soy milk or other non-dairy milk with 300 milligrams per serving, just like cow's milk. And the vitamin D is added as well. So I've always strived to meet at least that 1,000 milligrams a day, and that is not an impossible thing to do.
Time to fight!
Folks, I just want to chime in to bid you all a fond farewell. I've got to catch my trip out of here. When I said catch me after, it'll have to be via email. I did want to let you know as well that Brenda Davis is an android. There's just no other explanation, but I leave you in the excellent hands of my colleagues here.
I just wanted to add on to what Brenda was saying, that nature does not build adult skeletons in any animal with mother's milk. During the periods of time that any species young is exclusively nursing, those babies are pretty much inactive, because milk is primarily a growth medium. It is not meant to build big skeletons. By the time these animals get up and start moving, they are actually eating their natural diet. And the majority of the calcium that goes into their skeleton comes from the food that they eat, not their mother's milk. So the idea that milk is the appropriate way to get calcium is belayed by nature, because that is not how nature does it in any mammalian species. So we've got to get this programming and marketing nonsense from the dairy industry out of our minds. Dairy products are a horrible way to try and get your calcium. The Harvard Nurses Health Study show, and the data from around the world show, the people that and populations that consume the most dairy are at the highest risk for bone fracture. And part of the reason I think that the recommendations for calcium intake are so high in Western countries is because they assume that these people are going to be eating animal protein and therefore losing a lot of calcium in their urine, and they therefore uptick the intakes to try and offset that. But bottom line, you don't need dairy, and you should avoid it if you really want strong bones.
Just one quick clarification. When you say exercise, do you mean resistance exercising like weightlifting to build bones?
Generally, for bones, we need weight-bearing exercise. So what would count would be doing weights, of course, but also doing things like pounding, so running, doing step classes, doing jump rope. Jump rope is actually one of my favorite activities, because it's this little tiny piece of equipment you can put in your bag, and you can get a heck of a workout in 10 or 15 minutes of jumping rope. So it's a really good way of going about it. Now, exercises like swimming, cycling, you don't get as much of that pounding. They're wonderful exercises. You're still stressing if you're working hard, but it's not quite equal in terms of what it'll do for your bones compared to a harder pounding kind of exercise. And even walking at a brisk pace can be very helpful to bones. And not only just to bones, but when we were doing the research in the Marshall Islands, we could not believe the difference we saw in our participants' blood glucose measures if they walked after they ate. And it doesn't even have to be that brisk after eating. It's just not laying down or sitting down. They're moving their bodies. So this is a really valuable thing for people to be doing. Just trying not to sit after meals, but trying to get even a 10 or 15 minute walk in.
Stupid gun!
Okay.
What about trampolining? Rebounding. I think that, I mean, you're not going to get quite as much pounding because you've got a little bit of that softness there, but I still think it would be a good, very good activity. Yeah.
Okay, so people are listening to you, and they're very influenced by what you're all saying. They're going to go home, and someone was just on the internet, and this is what they read. And this is something they read that has a lot of people watching. This is what they're going to read. Author Chris Kresser says there's not a single study that shows that among relatively equivalent groups of people, vegetarians or vegan, relatively equivalent groups of people, vegetarians or vegans have a lifespan advantage. He says that even if we're saying that processed meat, red meat, increases the risk of cancer by 18%. It's not showing up in any of the total mortality data. He says, according to a new editorial published in the journal Nutrition, the author reviewed 19 meta-analyses, 9 observational trials, and 10 randomized controlled trials, and found no consistent association between saturated fat intake and heart disease. What's more, the American Heart Association has distorted and cherry-picked evidence to support its ongoing recommendation to limit saturated fat in the diet. In the American Heart Association's recent meta-analysis, which they used to justify their dietary guidelines, they included studies that didn't meet their own inclusion criteria and were riddled with confounding factors, and they excluded studies with no convincing reason that didn't find an association between saturated fat and heart disease. There's also the rather uncomfortable problem that recent meta-analysis have found that total dairy, milk, high-fat dairy, cheese, butter, eggs, and unprocessed red meats are not associated with cardiovascular disease outcomes. Dairy products are the only category of food that consistently contains more saturated fatty acids than other types of fat, polyunsaturated and monounsaturated. So if saturated fats cause heart disease, then why don't we see a strong association between full-fat dairy and heart disease? Also, several studies, including a recent large review, including 500,000 participants, have shown that saturated fat intake is inversely associated with stroke risk. In this meta-analysis, every 10-gram a day increase in saturated fatty acid intake was associated with a 6% decrease in the risk of stroke. So as you can see, we don't have anything close to a consensus on the relationship between saturated fat and heart disease. And the same is true for the relationship between animal foods in general and other health outcomes. The saddest thing about this is, for me, is that this constant focus on consensus and appeal to authority and all the fruitless debates that come out of it distract our focus from the most important factors. First, the overall quality of our diet is far more important than the specific amount of any particular macronutrient, fat, carbohydrate, or food, red meat, dairy that we eat. And second, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. We absolutely must stop assuming that there is one single diet that will work for everyone. We know through both research and clinical experience that it isn't true, yet this is still the overwhelming focus of nutritional science and dietary guidelines.
You go ahead.
That was Chris Kresser, who is a chiropractor who writes a lot. He was on the Joe Rogan podcast that got 1 million views. He debated the guy who from Game Changers. He debated Joel Kahn. So he's got an influence, and this is what he wrote.
Okay. First of all, the Blue Zone data puts the kibosh on all of that nonsense. But you know what? Whoever wrote that, he has my permission to eat all of the saturated fat and red meat and processed meat he could possibly consume in a single day. You know, forgive me for being so glib, but I said before, I refuse to relitigate these things time and time again. The Adventist Health Study, which has been going on for years, has shown a consistent longevity advantage for people who are plant-based. The Harvard, the studies out of Harvard, the nurses and physicians health studies, the Blue Zone data, it is complete, just rancid BS for some troll to be sitting up here citing a bunch of garbage studies trying to confuse people. If he wants to eat dead animals and saturated fat, have at it, dude. The rest of us are going to be over here living our life and having a good time.
No shake. You done?
Well said. You know, you can find almost anything when you do a PubMed search, and it is true that Epic Oxford didn't find a significant difference in longevity. There was a study back in 1999 that it was a meta-analysis, and they didn't find any significant advantage for plant-based eaters versus omnivores who were similar health-conscious individuals, even though the whole group was much healthier than the general population. They found a 5% advantage for the vegetarians, but it wasn't significant. And then another study in 2012 had a similar result. It was a meta-analysis, and the vegetarians had 9% lower risk of mortality, but again, it wasn't statistically significant. Epic Oxford didn't find a statistically significant difference in mortality, although the total mortality of the entire cohort was half that of the general population. Now, with the Seventh-day Adventist, the Adventist Health Study 2, there definitely was a significant difference found, and I mean, they were comparing similar health-conscious omnivores with lacto-vegetarians and vegans, and the difference was really very significant. So I think that over time, one of the issues is diet quality. A lot of people eating vegetarian are not eating a high quality diet, and even eating vegan are not necessarily eating a very high quality diet. And as the research continues to unfold, we may see studies coming out looking at people eating truly whole food plant-based diets. And I believe as those studies come out more and more, we will see bigger and bigger advantages for people eating plant-based. I think it's very unfortunate when we've got people like Dr. Walter Willett and Dr. David Katz, who are some of the leading epidemiologists in the world. Dr. Walter Willett with over 1,700 papers. He's the most quoted epidemiologist in the world. He has literally torn apart piece by piece the studies that Chris Kresser is quoting. They were highly flawed, and they just ignore that somehow. They were very highly flawed. As a matter of fact, just to give you an example, the Child Hurry study, they were comparing people in various countries. So they compared people in Finland and people in the States and people in Japan, but they didn't compare the people in Japan with the people in Finland. So when they compared people in Finland consuming 14% of calories from saturated fat with people consuming 15 or 16, they didn't really see much of a difference in cardiovascular disease risk. And nor did the people in Japan when they compared people eating 4% or 5% or 6%. But had they actually compared the people in Finland with the people of Japan, bingo, they would have seen a very big difference. The one study that showed a big difference was Epic Oxford, which actually fairly compared the omnivores with the vegans. And there was a now a little more.
But I said before, I refuse to relitigate these things time and time again. The Adventist Health Study, which has been going on for years, has shown a consistent longevity advantage for people who are plant-based. The Harvard, the studies out of Harvard, the nurses and physicians health studies, the Blue Zone data, it is complete, just rancid BS for some troll to be sitting up here citing a bunch of garbage studies trying to confuse people. If he wants to eat dead animals and saturated fat, have at it, dude. The rest of us are going to be over here living our life and having a good time.
Well said. You can find almost anything when you do a PubMed search, and it is true that Epic Oxford didn't find a significant difference in longevity. There was a study back in 1999 that it was a meta-analysis, and they didn't find any significant advantage for plant-based eaters versus omnivores who were similar health-conscious individuals, even though the whole group was much healthier than the general population. They found a 5% advantage for the vegetarians, but it wasn't significant. And then another study in 2012 had a similar result. It was a meta-analysis, and the vegetarians had 9% lower risk of mortality, but again, it wasn't statistically significant. Epic Oxford didn't find a statistically significant difference in mortality, although the total mortality of the entire cohort was half that of the general population. Now, with the Seventh-day Adventist, the Adventist Health Study 2, there definitely was a significant difference found, and I mean, they were comparing similar health-conscious omnivores with lacto-vegetarians and vegans, and the difference was really very significant. So I think that over time, one of the issues is diet quality. A lot of people eating vegetarian are not eating a high quality diet, and even eating vegan are not necessarily eating a very high quality diet. And as the research continues to unfold, we may see studies coming out looking at people eating truly whole food plant-based diets. And I believe as those studies come out more and more, we will see bigger and bigger advantages for people eating plant-based. I think it's very unfortunate when we've got people like Dr. Walter Willett and Dr. David Katz, who are some of the leading epidemiologists in the world. Dr. Walter Willett with over 1,700 papers. He's the most quoted epidemiologist in the world. He has literally torn apart piece by piece the studies that Chris Kresser is quoting. They were highly flawed, and they just ignore that somehow. They were very highly flawed. As a matter of fact, just to give you an example, the Chowdhury study, they were comparing people in various countries. So they compared people in Finland, people in the States, and people in Japan. But they didn't compare the people in Japan with the people in Finland. So when they compared people in Finland consuming 14% of calories from saturated fat with people consuming 15 or 16, they didn't really see much of a difference in cardiovascular disease risk. And nor did the people in Japan when they compared people eating 4% or 5% or 6%. But had they actually compared the people in Finland with the people of Japan, bingo, they would have seen a very big difference. The one study that showed a big difference was Epic Oxford, which actually fairly compared the omnivores with the vegans. And there was a very significant difference in cardiovascular disease risk. So I think we need to be very, very careful, and I think they're cherry picking, and they're not cherry picking very well. I mean, the evidence, as Dr. Katz said, is absolutely overwhelming in terms of how beneficial plant-based diets are. And the American Diabetes Association and the American Heart Association and all of these different groups, eaters versus omnivores, find
nurses and physicians' health studies, the Blue Zone data. It is complete just rancid BS for some troll to be sitting up here citing a bunch of garbage studies trying to confuse people. If he wants to eat dead animals and saturated fat, have at it, dude. The rest of us are going to be over here living our life and having a good time.
Well said. You can find almost anything when you do a PubMed search. I mean, it is true that Epic Oxford didn't find a significant difference in longevity. There was a study back in 1999 that it was a meta-analysis, and they didn't find any significant advantage for plant-based eaters versus omnivores who were similar health-conscious individuals, even though the whole group was much healthier than the general population. They found a 5% advantage for the vegetarians, but it wasn't significant. And then another study in 2012 had a similar result. It was a meta-analysis, and the vegetarians had 9% lower risk of mortality, but again, it wasn't statistically significant. Epic Oxford didn't find a statistically significant difference in mortality, although the total mortality of the entire cohort was half that of the general population. Now, with the Seventh-day Adventist, the Adventist Health Study 2, there definitely was a significant difference found, and I mean, they were comparing similar health-conscious omnivores with lacto-vegetarians and vegans, and the difference was really very significant. So I think that over time, one of the issues is diet quality. A lot of people eating vegetarian are not eating a high quality diet, and even eating vegan are not necessarily eating a very high quality diet. And as the research continues to unfold, we may see studies coming out looking at people eating truly whole food plant-based diets. And I believe as those studies come out more and more, we will see bigger and bigger advantages for people eating plant-based. I think it's very unfortunate when we've got people like Dr. Walter Willett and Dr. David Katz, who are some of the leading epidemiologists in the world. Dr. Walter Willett with over 1,700 papers. He's the most quoted epidemiologist in the world. He has literally torn apart piece by piece the studies that Chris Kresser is quoting. They were highly flawed, and they just ignore that somehow. They were very highly flawed. As a matter of fact, just to give you an example, the Chowdhury study, they were comparing people in various countries. So they compared people in Finland, people in the States, and people in Japan, but they didn't compare the people in Japan with the people in Finland. So when they compared people in Finland consuming 14% of calories from saturated fat with people consuming 15 or 16, they didn't really see much of a difference in cardiovascular disease risk. And nor did the people in Japan when they compared people eating 4% or 5% or 6%. But had they actually compared the people in Finland with the people of Japan, bingo, they would have seen a very big difference. The one study that showed a big difference was Epic Oxford, which actually fairly compared the omnivores with the vegans, and there was a very significant difference in cardiovascular disease risk. So I think we need to be very, very careful, and I think they're cherry picking, and they're not cherry picking very well. I mean, the evidence, as Dr. Katz said, is absolutely overwhelming in terms of how beneficial plant-based diets are. And the American Diabetes Association and the American Heart Association and all of these different groups that are urging people to get away from the saturated fat and eat more unsaturated plant foods, foods that are higher in unsaturated fats, they're not pulling this stuff out of their rear ends. If you look at the presidential report from 2017, which is the American Heart Association presidential report, the ACC, the American College of Cardiology, if you look at their reports, they've taken the leading people these are the world's authority on cardiovascular health, and they've examined every study that's ever been done to come up with what they know will provide the public with the greatest protection. And so, yes, the ACC and the AHA say not more than 5 to 6% of calories from saturated fat. Well, that's what the average vegan gets. Good luck getting that when you're eating a lot of high-fat dairy products. So I think we just need to be very, very cautious of what people who have that agenda are saying.
The other thing I'd like to add is that we also have to make sure we pay attention to functional capacity. And I'll give you a very brief little anecdote. Years ago, I was arguing with this woman, to send it into an argument at work about the benefits of plant-based eating, and she says, oh, my grandfather ate everything. He ate meat all the time, and he's lived to be, I think he was 83 at the time. And I'm like, well, you know, some people have resistant genes, Well, a couple weeks later, she came in depressed and like, what's going on? Well, my grandmother's having a really hard time because, you know, my grandfather's bedridden and incontinent, and she's having to do all this work by herself. I'm like, this was the paragon of virtue you're holding up as an example of what a good life eating meat will give you? Someone who's demented, bedridden, and incontinent? That is not living. So again, when we look at the quality of life between plant-based people and meat eaters, again, what studies have been done, those that have been done have consistently shown that people who are plant-based have need fewer medications, if any, require fewer doctor's visits, and are more functional and living a fuller life. And quite frankly, I don't think laying up in a hospital bed with bed sores and a diaper on is living.
And I think Dr. Mills hit the nail on the head, and this is the key with the blue zones, is not only do they have more centenarians than anywhere else in the world, but when people hit 90 or 100 years of age, they are actually still productive. They're still walking up mountains. They're still going to their gardens. I remember reading when Dan Buettner went to Okinawa to interview one of the centenarians, a 100-year-old man. As he was driving up to the house, this centenarian lived with his 70-year-old son. And as he drove up to the house, he sees this man walking out the door briskly with a bunch of gardening tools over his shoulder, pair of shorts on. He's walking toward the garden. And he ran over to him and he said, I'm here to interview your father. And the man said, my father? He was the 100-year-old man. Sesame seeds, you're eating some beans, the
Heart Association has distorted and cherry-picked evidence to support very influenced by what you're all saying. They're going to go home, and someone was just on the internet, and this is what they read. And this is something they read that has a lot of people watching. This is what they're going to read. Author Chris Kresser says there's not a single study that shows that among relatively equivalent groups of people, vegetarians or vegan, relatively equivalent groups of people, vegetarians or vegans have a lifespan advantage. He says that even if we're saying that processed meat, red meat, increases the risk of cancer by 18%, it's not showing up in any of the total mortality data. He says, according to a new editorial published in the journal Nutrition, the author reviewed 19 meta-analyses, 9 observational trials, and 10 randomized controlled trials, and found no consistent association between saturated fat intake and heart disease. What's more, the American Heart Association has distorted and cherry-picked evidence to support its ongoing recommendation to limit saturated fat in the diet. In the American Heart Association's recent meta-analysis, which they used to justify their dietary guidelines, they included studies that didn't meet their own inclusion criteria and were riddled with confounding factors, and they excluded studies with no convincing reason that didn't find an association between saturated fat and heart disease. There's also the rather uncomfortable problem that recent meta-analysis have found that total dairy, milk, high-fat dairy, cheese, butter, eggs, and unprocessed red meats are not associated with cardiovascular disease outcomes. Dairy products are the only category of food that consistently contains more saturated fatty acids than other types of fat, polyunsaturated and monounsaturated. So if saturated fats cause heart disease, then why don't we see a strong association between full-fat dairy and heart disease? Also, several studies, including a recent large review, including 500,000 participants, have shown that saturated fat intake is inversely associated with stroke risk. In this meta-analysis, every 10-gram a day increase in saturated fatty acid intake was associated with a 6% decrease in the risk of stroke. So as you can see, we don't have anything close to a consensus on the relationship between saturated fat and heart disease. And the same is true for the relationship between animal foods in general and other health outcomes. The saddest thing about this is, for me, is that this consistent constant focus on consensus and appeal to authority and all the fruitless debates that come out of it distract our focus from the most important factors. First, the overall quality of our diet is far more important than the specific amount of any particular macronutrient, fat, carbohydrate, or food, red meat, dairy that we eat. And second, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. We absolutely must stop assuming that there is one single diet that will work for everyone. We know through both research and clinical experience that it isn't true, yet this is still the overwhelming focus of nutritional science and dietary guidelines.
You go ahead.
That was Chris Kresser, who is a chiropractor who writes a lot. He was on the Joe Rogan podcast that got 1 million views. He debated the guy who from Game Changers. He debated Joel Kahn. So he's got an influence, and this is what he wrote.
Okay. First of all, the Blue Zone data puts the kibosh on all of that nonsense. But you know what? Whoever wrote that, he has my permission to eat all of the saturated fat and red meat and processed meat he could possibly consume in a single day. You know, forgive me for being so glib, but I said before, I refuse to relitigate these things time and time again. The Adventist Health Study, which has been going on for years, has shown a consistent longevity advantage for people who are plant-based. The Harvard, the studies out of Harvard, the nurses and physicians health studies, the Blue Zone data, it is complete, just rancid BS for some troll to be sitting up here citing a bunch of garbage studies trying to confuse people. If he wants to eat dead animals and saturated fat, have at it, dude. The rest of us are going to be over here living our life and having a good time.
Well said. You know, you can find almost anything when you do a PubMed search, and it is true that Epic Oxford didn't find a significant difference in longevity. There was a study back in 1999 that it was a meta-analysis, and they didn't find any significant advantage for plant-based eaters versus omnivores who were similar health-conscious individuals, even though the whole group was much healthier than the general population. They found a 5% advantage for the vegetarians, but it wasn't significant. And then another study in 2012 had a similar result. It was a meta-analysis, and the vegetarians had 9% lower risk of mortality, but again, it wasn't statistically significant. Epic Oxford didn't find a statistically significant difference in mortality, although the total mortality of the entire cohort was half that of the general population. Now, with the Seventh-day Adventist, the Adventist Health Study 2, there definitely was a significant difference found, and I mean, they were comparing similar health-conscious omnivores with lacto-vegetarians and vegans, and the difference was really very significant. So I think that over time, one of the issues is diet quality. A lot of people eating vegetarian are not eating a high quality diet, and even eating vegan are not necessarily eating a very high quality diet. And as the research continues to unfold, we may see studies coming out looking at people eating truly whole food plant-based diets. And I believe as those studies come out more and more, we will see bigger and bigger advantages for people eating plant-based. I think it's very unfortunate when we've got people like Dr. Walter Willett and Dr. David Katz, who are some of the leading epidemiologists in the world. Dr. Walter Willett with over 1,700 papers. He's the most quoted epidemiologist in the world. He has literally torn apart piece by piece the studies that Chris Kresser is quoting. They were highly flawed and they just ignore that somehow. They were very highly flawed. As a matter of fact, just to give you an example, the Chowdhury study, they were comparing people in various countries. So they compared people in Finland and people in the States and people in Japan, but they didn't compare the people in Japan with the people in Finland. So when they compared people in Finland consuming 14% of calories from saturated fat with people consuming 15 or 16, they didn't really see much of a difference in cardiovascular disease risk. And nor did the people in Japan when they compared people eating 4% or 5% or 6%. But had they actually compared the people in Finland with the people of Japan, bingo, they would have seen a very big difference. The one study that showed a big difference was Epic Oxford, which actually fairly compared the omnivores with the vegans. And there was a very significant difference in cardiovascular disease risk. So I think we need to be very, very careful, and I think they're cherry picking, and they're not cherry picking very well. I mean, the evidence, as Dr. Katz said, is absolutely overwhelming in terms of how beneficial plant-based diets are. And the American Diabetes Association and the American Heart Association and all of these different groups that are urging people to get away from the saturated fat and eat more unsaturated plant foods, foods that are higher in unsaturated fats, they're not pulling this stuff out of the rear ends. If you look at the presidential report from 2017, which is the American Heart Association presidential report, the ACC, the American College of Cardiology, if you look at their reports, they've taken the leading people these are the world's authority on cardiovascular health, and they've examined every study that's ever been done to come up with what they know will provide the public with the greatest protection. And so, yes, the ACC and the AHA say not more than 5 to 6% of calories from saturated fat. Well, that's what the average vegan gets. Good luck getting that when you're eating a lot of high-fat dairy products. So I think we just need to be very, very cautious of what people who have that agenda are saying.
The other thing I'd like to add is that we also have to make sure we pay attention to functional capacity. And I'll give you a very brief little anecdote. Years ago, I was arguing with this woman, it descended into an argument at work about the benefits of plant-based eating, and she says, oh, my grandfather ate everything. He ate meat all the time, and he's lived to be, I think he was 83 at the time. And I'm like, well, some people have resistant genes, Well, a couple weeks later, she came in depressed and like, what's going on? Well, my grandmother's having a really hard time because, my grandfather's bedridden and incontinent, and she's having to do all this work by herself. I'm like, this was the paragon of virtue you're holding up as an example of what a good life eating meat will give you? Someone who's demented, bedridden, and incontinent? That is not living. So again, when we look at the quality of life between plant-based people and meat eaters, again, what studies have been done, those that have been done have consistently shown that people who are plant-based need fewer medications, if any, require fewer doctor's visits, and are more functional and living a fuller life. And quite frankly, I don't think laying up in a hospital bed with bed sores and a diaper on is living.
And I think Dr. Mills hit the nail on the head, and this is the key with the blue zones, is not only do they have more centenarians than anywhere else in the world, but when people hit 90 or 100 years of age, they are actually still productive. They're still walking up mountains. They're still going to their gardens. I remember reading when Dan Buettner went to Okinawa to interview one of the centenarians, a 100-year-old man. As he was driving up to the house, this centenarian lived with his 70-year-old son. And as he drove up to the house, He sees this man walking out the door briskly with a bunch of gardening tools over his shoulder, pair of shorts on. He's walking toward the garden. And he ran over to him and he said, "I'm here to interview your father." And the man said, "My father?" He was the 100-year-old man. And that's the point.
Okay, so I'd like to ask Dr. Mills these two questions. One, how does the breast milk of humans compare to that of animals that eat other animals versus animals that eat plants? And what does this say about the type of food humans were designed to eat? And the second question is, how does the bite force, teeth, and saliva differ in species that eat other animals versus those that eat plants? And then for Brenda, I'd like to ask you about three things. How do we, one, lose weight? How do we, two, avoid migraine headaches? And three, how do we avoid chronic kidney disease and other kidney issues?
I can answer the migraine. I can answer the migraine headaches. Don't watch Fox News. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that. Okay. All right, Steve, I'm sorry. Okay, human breast milk. Human breast milk has the lowest protein content of any milk of any mammalian species on the planet. And the reason is that proteins are building blocks. Proteins are meant to build our body's tissues, enzymes. They build structures in the body. They aren't used for energy. They aren't stored as protein. They are merely used to build tissue in one form or another. So it's like building a house. If you wanted to build a house and you plan to build that house by yourself, you would not need a semi full of building materials pulling up to your lot every other day or once a week, because you could not utilize all those building materials. On the other hand, if you had a whole building crew, then you would need that much building materials to keep up with the rate at which you're putting your house up. And because human beings are so slow growing, we don't need a lot of protein. Human beings are the slowest growing animal on the planet. No other terrestrial mammal, certainly, takes 20 years to reach maturity. And because we're so slow growing, we don't need a lot of protein. And that also translates, as we move through the rest of our lives, that we do not need a ton of protein unless you've been injured and received a crush injury in a car accident, or you're trying to build yourself up for some Olympic weightlifting competition. But even then, the fact is the amount of protein you'll be able to utilize on a daily basis is going to be relatively fixed. So in general, human beings have very low protein needs, and that translates into what we should be eating. What we should be eating really is we need to supply our brains. When you look at human breast milk relative to the milks of other animals, the remarkable thing is that even for very large animals, we have much more sugar, I say we, but I should say human women, have much more sugar in their breast milk than you find in other species. Why is that? It's because humans have huge brains, and even a human baby, as small as it is relative to the infants of other species, has a huge brain. I mentioned before that every day, 25% of the calories that you burn in a given 24-hour period are utilized by your brain alone. Your brain accounts for only 3% of your body weight, but it uses 25% of the energy you burn and 20% of the oxygen you utilize on a daily basis. That's how metabolically active it is. That's why what we need are the complex and whole carbohydrates that Brenda was talking about earlier. We don't need a ton of protein. We need fuel for this massive computer that we carry around on the top of our necks that utilizes only sugar. And that's what we should be taking in primarily, is carbohydrate with a little bit of protein and a modest amount of fat. What was that?
I'll take mine.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the first I'll do is weight loss. It's really simple. When we consume too many calories and move too little, it's that equation of overconsumption and under activity. We're storing.
Diet quality bad, changing to good, and sedentariness moving to physical activity. Now, the 80% variance, to achieve that full benefit, I reduced my risk of ever getting heart disease, cancer, stroke, diabetes, and maybe dementia too by 80% across the board, presupposes that you're going from pretty bad at baseline to really good. If you're starting out pretty good and just a little better, obviously the net reduction in your personal risk won't be the 80%. But what the literature does is give us that view from altitude. And there's absolutely no question. Diet quality bad, exposure to tobacco, lack of physical activity, fix them. Definitively fix them. Move away from tobacco exposure altogether, optimize your diet, be routinely in motion, physically active as a matter of routine. 80% reduction in the risk of all major chronic disease and premature death. It's a stunningly consistent literature. What it would be tedious for me to do here now with nothing for you to look at is throw out specific citations. But I would tell you that if you want to start populating this with literature, you really need to remember just one study, Actual Causes of Death in the United States. That published in JAMA in 1993. And if you found that paper, Actual Causes of Death in the United States, it would then lead you to the mother lode. You would say, look for related papers, and what you'd find is unbelievably consistent affirmation of those same findings, that tobacco, poor diet, lack of physical activity collectively account for 80% of premature death and chronic disease in this country across a vast expanse of literature. And if somebody wants a whole batch of specific citations, find me after. Be happy to share it with you.
And the final question is bones. So I like to talk about bones. I'll tell you, my mother developed osteoporosis in her early 50s. I think she was about 50 when she got diagnosed. And she has managed to maintain her bone density. She's now 82, really well with increased physical activity and eating healthfully. My family doctor was concerned about me because of the family history and because I hadn't consumed milk in 20 plus years. This was about 10 years ago. And he, because I was a fairly small white female, just a lot of potential risk factors. So we had the bone mineral density scan done, and when I went back to his office to get the results, I can still remember him opening up my file, and his jaw dropped. He just went, and he said, "I don't believe this." He said, "And you haven't had dairy for how many years?" And it was because my bone density was so high, they couldn't plot it. There was an arrow at the top of the chart. It was 2.5 standard deviations above normal for my age. Osteoporosis is 2.5 standard deviations below. And so he said, "I don't know what you're doing, but whatever you're doing, just keep doing it." And I can tell you what I'm doing. I am very committed to physical activity. And physical activity is what you do to tell your bones they need to stay strong. So I do exercise as often, really pretty much a daily basis. I don't do it 3 days a week. To me, if I were a physically active person in my daily job, maybe 3 days a week would be enough, but I'm not. I tend to sit at my computer. I get up for bursts, do some push-ups or whatever, jumps or whatever I can do to keep myself moving. But on a daily basis, I do at least 60 minutes of physical activity. So maybe it's a cross-country ski or skating or running or something outdoors, and maybe it's a spin class or a boot camp. At least twice a week, I do an hour-long challenging weight class, and I try to do a couple of yoga classes a week for flexibility and so on. And so I think that is, number one key component is physical activity. Then in terms of diet, it's osteoporosis is not a dairy deficiency disease, as the dairy industry would like to have us believe. They went to great extremes in terms of their advertising in Canada, for sure. I can remember one advertisement they had, this was back in the 80s, that said, oh yes, it's true that people in Africa only eat, so much calcium, they don't drink milk, but they eat bugs. Do you want to be a barbarian like them and eat bugs? Go right ahead. It was just, for me, it was beyond belief. It was as low as you could go. And I was outraged. I was absolutely outraged. And they convince people that dairy is an essential food. And again, it defies rationality that the milk of another species would be necessary for us or for any other species. Imagine a dog needing a cat's milk, it just doesn't make sense. The milk of every species is beautifully designed to support the growth of their young into, whatever. For the human species, normal nursing is 2 to 4 years. After that time, our lactase production tends to wane. Now, there's some people who have lactase persistence because they, many generations of dairy consuming, but 70% or so of the world's population has some degree of lactose intolerance. To me, a food guide in the United States or in Canada that includes dairy as an essential group is racist. And so, there were many of us that very gently encouraged Health Canada to take a different approach. And we used that strongly, and many other things as well, just the evidence as it stands. And so now Canada's food guide does not have a designated dairy group. It has half the plate is fruits and vegetables, a quarter of the plate is grains, and a quarter of the plate is foods that are more concentrated in protein. And that includes, I think they have a small little container of yogurt, but there are some meat and poultry and fish. But it is at least half of the items there are tofu and beans and nuts and seeds. And they actually encourage in the guide to choose plant protein choices more often. The beverage that is shown is water. And that's our new food guide, which is really encouraging to me. So that is not to say calcium is not important. Of course calcium is important, but so is magnesium and potassium in terms of minerals. There are several minerals that are important, boron, that are important to bone health. There are many vitamins, not just vitamin D. Vitamin D is critical for the absorption of calcium, but vitamin K and vitamin A, and there are lots of nutrients that are vitamin C that are important, folate, that are important to bone health. Protein is important to bone health because it's part of our bone matrix. Essential fatty acids are important. Fruits and vegetables are strongly correlated to improved bone health. So this is a multifactorial disease. People who are exposed to a lot of sunshine, they get a lot of physical activity, they eat a whole food plant-based diet, tend to have a little bit better bone health than people who are smoking and drinking and eating a refined diet and sitting at a desk all day. So this is a multifactorial disease. So how do people who are plant-based get enough calcium without drinking milk? And again, just to drive this point home, yes, cow's milk has 300 milligrams of calcium per cup, but moose milk has 600. It doesn't make it an essential food. So there are other places we can get calcium, and if you look back in Paleolithic times, people did not milk any other animals to get calcium. That would have been impossible. So where did they get it? Well, they got an estimated 1,000, 1,500, in some publications it even says up to 2,000 milligrams of calcium a day without a single drop of cow's milk. They got it mainly from wild plants. And if you eat a healthy, plant-exclusive diet, you might, get, if you're including a variety of nuts and seeds, so chia seeds are high in calcium, almonds have a reasonable amount, sesame seeds, you're eating some beans, the higher calcium beans are white beans and great northern beans and black turtle beans and soybeans, of course. You're eating maybe even some the greens. With the greens, it's very, you need to be eating the lower oxalate greens to get calcium, because spinach and beet greens and Swiss chard have a lot of oxalate, so you don't absorb as much calcium from those greens. But greens, you actually absorb 40 to 60+% of the calcium from those foods, as opposed to about 32 to 34% from cow's milk. So if you eat a mix of plant foods, you'll probably be eating, and you eat enough calories, maybe 600-700 milligrams of calcium. Now, what do we need? Well, the IOM, the Institute of Medicine, says 1,000 to 1,200 for adults, depending on your age. So how do we boost that? I mean, we can certainly be choosing better within each food group, but we can also consume some fortified foods, or tofu that is precipitated with calcium, or some fortified almond milk or soy milk or other non-dairy milk with 300 milligrams per serving, just like cow's milk, and the vitamin D is added as well. So I've always strived to meet at least that 1,000 milligrams a day, and that is not an impossible thing to do.
Folks, I just want to chime in to bid you all a fond farewell. I've got to catch my trip out of here. When I said catch me after, it'll have to be via email. I did want to let you know as well that Brenda Davis is an android. There's just no other explanation, but I leave you in the excellent hands of my colleagues here.
I just wanted to add on to what Brenda was saying, that nature does not build adult skeletons in any animal with mother's milk. During the periods of time that any species young is exclusively nursing, those babies are pretty much inactive, because milk is primarily a growth medium. It is not meant to build big skeletons. By the time these animals get up and start moving, they are actually eating their natural diet. And the majority of the calcium that goes into their skeleton comes from the food that they eat, not their mother's milk. So the idea that milk is the appropriate way to get calcium is belayed by nature, because that is not how nature does it in any mammalian species. So we've got to get this programming and marketing nonsense from the dairy industry out of our minds. Dairy products are a horrible way to try and get your calcium. The Harvard Nurses Health Study show, and the data from around the world show the people that and populations that consume the most dairy are at the highest risk for bone fracture. And part of the reason I think that recommendations for calcium intake are so high in Western countries is because they assume that these people are going to be eating animal protein and therefore losing a lot of calcium in their urine, and they therefore uptick the intakes to try and offset that. But bottom line, you don't need dairy, and you should avoid it if you really want strong bones.
Just one quick clarification. When you say exercise, do you mean resistance exercising like weightlifting to build bones?
Generally, for bones, we need weight-bearing exercise. So what would count would be doing weights, of course, but also doing things like pounding. So running, doing step classes, doing, jump rope. Jump rope is actually one of my favorite activities because it's this little tiny piece of equipment you can put in your bag, and you can get a heck of a workout in 10 or 15 minutes of jumping rope. So it's a really good way of going about it. Now, exercises like swimming, cycling, you don't get as much of that pounding. They're wonderful exercises. You're still stressing if you're working hard, but it's not quite equal in terms of what it'll do for your bones compared to a harder pounding kind of exercise. And even walking at a brisk pace can be very helpful to bones. And not only just to bones, but when we were doing the research in the Marshall Islands, we could not believe the difference we saw in our participants' blood glucose measures if they walked after they ate. And it doesn't even have to be that brisk after eating. It's just not laying down or sitting down. They're moving their bodies. So this is a really valuable thing for people to be doing. Just trying not to sit after meals, but trying to get even a 10 or 15 minute walk in.
Okay.
What about trampolining? Rebounding. I think that, I mean, you're not going to get quite as much pounding because you've got a little bit of that softness there, but I still think it would be a good, very good activity. Yeah.
Okay, so people are listening to you, and they're very influenced by what you're all saying. They're going to go home, and someone was just on the internet, and this is what they read. And this is something they read that has a lot of people watching. This is what they're going to read. Author Chris Kresser says there's not a single study that shows that among relatively equivalent groups of people, vegetarians or vegan, relatively equivalent groups of people, vegetarians or vegans have a lifespan advantage. He says that even if we're saying that processed meat, red meat, increases the risk of cancer by 18%, it's not showing up in any of the total mortality data. He says, according to a new editorial published in the journal Nutrition, the author reviewed 19 meta-analyses, 9 observational trials, and 10 randomized controlled trials, and found no consistent association between saturated fat intake and heart disease. What's more, the American Heart Association has distorted and cherry-picked evidence to support its ongoing recommendation to limit saturated fat in the diet. In the American Heart Association's recent meta-analysis, which they used to justify their dietary guidelines, they included studies that didn't meet their own inclusion criteria and were riddled with confounding factors, and they excluded studies with no convincing reason that didn't find an association between saturated fat and heart disease. There's also the rather uncomfortable problem that recent meta-analysis have found that total dairy, milk, high-fat dairy, cheese, butter, eggs, and unprocessed red meats are not associated with cardiovascular disease outcomes. Dairy products are the only category of food that consistently contains more saturated fatty acids than other types of fat, polyunsaturated and monounsaturated. So if saturated fats cause heart disease, then why don't we see a strong association between full-fat dairy and heart disease? Also, several studies, including a recent large review, including 500,000 participants, have shown that saturated fat intake is inversely associated with stroke risk. In this meta-analysis, every 10 gram a day increase in saturated fat acid in saturated fatty acid intake was associated with a 6% decrease in the risk of stroke. So as you can see, we don't have anything close to a consensus on the relationship between saturated fat and heart disease. And the same is true for the relationship between animal foods in general and other health outcomes. The saddest thing about this is, for me, is that this constant focus on consensus and appeal to authority and all the fruitless debates that come out of it distract our focus from the most important factors. First, the overall quality of our diet is far more important than the specific amount of any particular macronutrient, fat, carbohydrate, or food, red meat, dairy that we eat. And second, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. We absolutely must stop assuming that there is one single diet that will work for everyone. We know through both research and clinical experience that it isn't true, yet this is still the overwhelming focus of nutritional science and dietary guidelines.
You go ahead.
That was Chris Kresser, who is a chiropractor who writes a lot. He was on the Joe Rogan podcast that got 1 million views. He debated the guy who, from Game Changers, he debated Joel Kahn. So he's got an influence, and this is what he wrote.
Okay. First of all, the Blue Zone data puts the kibosh on all of that nonsense. But you know what? Whoever wrote that, he has my permission to eat all of the saturated fat and red meat and processed meat he could possibly consume in a single day. Forgive me for being so glib, but I said before, I refuse to relitigate these things time and time again. The Adventist Health Study, which has been going on for years, has shown a consistent longevity advantage for people who are plant-based. The the studies out of Harvard, the nurses and physicians health studies, the Blue Zone data, it is complete, just rancid BS for some troll to be sitting up here citing a bunch of garbage studies trying to confuse people. If he wants to eat dead animals and saturated fat, have at it, dude. The rest of us are going to be over here living our life and having a good time.
Well said. You can find almost anything when you do a PubMed search, and it is true that Epic Oxford didn't find a significant difference in longevity. There was a study back in 1999 that it was a meta-analysis, and they didn't find any significant advantage for plant-based eaters versus omnivores who were similar health-conscious individuals, even though the whole group was much healthier than the general population. They found a 5% advantage for the vegetarians, but it wasn't significant. And then another study in 2012 had a similar result. It was a meta-analysis, and the vegetarians had 9% lower risk of mortality, but again, it wasn't statistically significant. Epic Oxford didn't find a statistically significant difference in mortality, although the total mortality of the entire cohort was half that of the general population. Now, with the Seventh-day Adventist, the Adventist Health Study 2, there definitely was a significant difference found, and I mean, they were comparing similar health-conscious omnivores with lacto-vegetarians and vegans, and the difference was really very significant. So I think that over time, one of the issues is diet quality. A lot of people eating vegetarian are not eating a high quality diet, and even eating vegan are not necessarily eating a very high quality diet. And as the research continues to unfold, we may see studies coming out looking at people eating truly whole food plant-based diets. And I believe as those studies come out more and more, we will see bigger and bigger advantages for people eating plant-based. I think it's very unfortunate when we've got people like Dr. Walter Willett and Dr. David Katz, who are some of the leading epidemiologists in the world. Dr. Walter Willett with over 1,700 papers. He's the most quoted epidemiologist in the world. He has literally torn apart piece by piece the studies that Chris Kresser is quoting. They were highly flawed, and they just ignore that somehow. They were very highly flawed. As a matter of fact, just to give you an example, the Chowdhury study, they were comparing people in various countries. So they compared people in Finland and people in the States and people in Japan, but they didn't compare the people in Japan with the people in Finland. So when they compared people in Finland consuming 14% of calories from saturated fat with people consuming 15 or 16, they didn't really see much of a difference in cardiovascular disease risk. And nor did the people in Japan when they compared people eating 4% or 5% or 6%. But had they actually compared the people in Finland with the people of Japan, bingo, they would have seen a very big difference. The one study that showed a big difference was Epic Oxford. They were very highly flawed. As a matter of fact, just to give you an example, the Chowdhury study, they were comparing people in various countries. So they compared people in Finland and people in the States and people in Japan, but they didn't compare the people in Japan with the people in Finland. So when they compared people in Finland consuming 14% of calories from saturated fat with people consuming 15 or 16, they didn't really see much of a difference in cardiovascular disease risk. And nor did the people in Japan when they compared people eating 4% or 5% or 6%. But had they actually compared the people in Finland with the people of Japan, bingo, they would have seen a very big difference. The one study that showed a big difference was Epic Oxford, which actually fairly compared the omnivores with the vegans. And there was a very significant difference in cardiovascular disease risk. So I think we need to be very, very careful, and I think they're cherry picking, and they're not cherry picking very well. I mean, the evidence, as Dr. Katz said, is absolutely overwhelming in terms of how beneficial plant-based diets are. And the American Diabetes Association and the American Heart Association and all of these different groups that are urging people to get away from the saturated fat and eat more unsaturated plant foods, foods that are higher in unsaturated fats, they're not pulling this stuff out of the rear ends. If you look at the presidential report from 2017, which is the American Heart Association presidential report, the ACC, the American College of Cardiology, if you look at their reports, they've taken the leading people these are the world's authority on cardiovascular health, and they've examined every study that's ever been done to come up with what they know will provide the public with the greatest protection. And so, yes, the ACC and the AHA say not more than 5 to 6% of calories from saturated fat. Well, that's what the average vegan gets. Good luck getting that when you're eating a lot of high-fat dairy products. So I think we just need to be very, very cautious of what people who have that agenda are saying.
The other thing I'd like to add is that we also have to make sure we pay attention to functional capacity. And I'll give you a very brief little anecdote. I was, years ago, I was arguing with this woman, it descended into an argument at work about the benefits of plant-based eating, and she says, oh, my grandfather ate everything. He ate meat all the time, and he's lived to be, I think he was 83 at the time. And I'm like, well, some people have resistant genes, Well, a couple weeks later, she came in depressed and like, what's going on? Well, my grandmother's having a really hard time because, my grandfather's bedridden and incontinent, and she's having to do all this work by herself. I'm like, this was the paragon of virtue you're holding up as an example of what a good life eating meat will give you? Someone who's demented, bedridden, and incontinent? That is not living. So again, when we look at the quality of life between plant-based people and meat eaters, again, what studies have been done, those that have been done have consistently shown that people who are plant-based have need fewer medications, if any, require fewer doctor's visits, and are more functional and living a fuller life. And quite frankly, I don't think laying up in a hospital bed with bed sores and a diaper on is living.
And I think Dr. Mills hit the nail on the head, and this is the key with the blue zones, is not only do they have more centenarians than anywhere else in the world, but when people hit 90 or 100 years of age, they are actually still productive. They're still walking up mountains. They're still going to their gardens. I remember reading when Dan Buettner went to Okinawa to interview one of the centenarians, a 100-year-old man. As he was driving up to the house, this centenarian lived with his 70-year-old son. And as he drove up to the house, he sees this man walking out the door briskly with a bunch of gardening tools over his shoulder, pair of shorts on. He's walking toward the garden. And he ran over to him and he said, "I'm here to interview your father." And the man said, "My father?" He was the 100-year-old man. And that's the point.
Okay, so I'd like to ask Dr. Mills these two questions. One, how does the breast milk of humans compare to that of animals that eat other animals versus animals that eat plants? And what does this say about the type of food humans were designed to eat? And the second question is, how does the bite force, teeth, and saliva differ in species that eat other animals versus those that eat plants? And then for Brenda, I'd like to ask you about three things. How do we, one, lose weight? How do we, two, avoid migraine headaches? And three, how do we avoid chronic kidney disease and other kidney issues?
I can answer the migraine headaches. Don't watch Fox News. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that. Okay. All right, Steve, I'm sorry. Watch Fox News. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that. Okay. All right, Steve, I'm sorry. Okay, human breast milk. Human breast milk has the lowest protein content of any milk of any mammalian species on the planet. And the reason is that proteins are building blocks. Proteins are meant to build our body's tissues, enzymes. They build structures in the body. They aren't used for energy, and they aren't stored as protein. They are merely used to build tissue in one form or another. So it's like building a house. If you wanted to build a house and you plan to build that house by yourself, you would not need a semi full of building materials pulling up to your lot every other day or once a week, because you could not utilize all those building materials. On the other hand, if you had a whole building crew, then you would need that much building materials to keep up with the rate at which you're putting your house up. And because human beings are so slow growing, we don't need a lot of protein. Human beings are the slowest growing animal on the planet. No other terrestrial mammal, certainly, takes 20 years to reach maturity. And because we're so slow growing, we don't need a lot of protein. And that also translates, as we move through the rest of our lives, that we do not need a ton of protein unless you've been injured and received a crush injury in a car accident, or you're trying to build yourself up for, some Olympic weightlifting competition. But even then, the fact is the amount of protein you'll be able to utilize on a daily basis is going to be relatively fixed. So in general, human beings have very low protein needs, and that translates into what we should be eating. What we should be eating really is we need to supply our brains. When you look at human breast milk relative to the milks of other animals, the remarkable thing is that even for very large animals, we have much more sugar, and I say we, but I should say human women, have much more sugar in their breast milk than you find in other species. Why is that? It's because humans have huge brains, and even a human baby, as small as it is relative to the infants of other species, has a huge brain. I mentioned before that every day, 25% of the calories that you burn in a given 24-hour period are utilized by your brain alone. Your brain accounts for only 3% of your body weight, but it uses 25% of the energy you burn and 20% of the oxygen you utilize on a daily basis. That's how metabolically active it is. That's why what we need are the complex and whole carbohydrates that Brenda was talking about earlier. We don't need a ton of protein. We need fuel for this massive computer that we carry around on the top of our necks that utilizes only sugar. And that's what we should be taking in primarily, is carbohydrate with a little bit of protein and a modest amount of fat.
What was that for? Yeah.
So I guess the first I'll do is weight loss. It's really simple. When we consume too many calories and move too little, it's that equation of overconsumption and under activity. We're storing. See, when we have excess weight on us, we're actually just storing the excess, right? And so we have to figure out, how do we get rid of the excess we've stored? And that means taking in fewer calories than we need, or burning more, burning more energy. And but that seems simple on paper, but it's not that simple for a lot of people, because we all have different metabolisms. And I can tell you that some people are created to be very metabolically efficient. They don't need a lot. They're really the folks that would survive famine, if we had a famine. And they tend to need few calories, and their ancestors may have been the folks that were in a canoe for 3 days trying to find a little bit of food, and they didn't have a lot of access to food, so they needed to be able to hang on to their calories really well to be able to survive. And for those kind of people living in an environment of abundance or overabundance, they get fat more quickly than other people. They pack on pounds easily. Other people that are just sort of that long, lanky, hollow-legged kind of people can eat a lot. And I know for myself, I'm sort of somewhere in between. But I have a friend who's about 103 pounds if she's soaking wet. And she's just a little bit shorter than me, but she can eat almost twice what I eat. And that isn't fair, but it's not, because we all love to eat. We want to be able to eat a lot, but the reality is that some people just can't eat as much as others without gaining weight. And so how do we manage to reduce our calories without reducing the volume of food we're eating, so that we can still enjoy a wonderful meal? And the way that I do it, especially when she's at my house, is I have really big portions of non-starchy vegetables. So I have a lot of salad. I have a lot of Brussels sprouts and all. I fill my plate with non-starchy vegetables. And then I have a more moderate serving of the starchy vegetables, the grains, the beans. The beans I tend to be more liberal with because of the amount of fiber, and I don't think they're a problem. But the more concentrated calorie sources, like the really starchy foods and the very high-fat foods, I'm more moderate with in my intake. So I'll put a smaller portion of walnuts in my breakfast bowl than, say, my husband would, who's 6'3" and 170 pounds. So he can just have a little bit more of those things. And so that you need to really figure out how to be able to eat a lot without taking in so many calories. That's helpful. The other thing is, do not drink your calories if you're one of those people that can't get rid of weight, because your appetite control center does not register liquid calories the way it does solid calories. So drink water. And then the other thing I would say is, and this goes completely against what I learned going through, a nutrition program at school. We were taught, don't weigh yourself every day. Scales are for fish. You shouldn't be doing that. It'll just discourage you, all of that. And in fact, in the last 10 years, the studies have been really clear. People who weigh themselves every day maintain their weight over their lives to a much narrower range than people who are not doing that. And why? It's very simple again. If I step on the scale in the morning and my weight is up 1.5 pounds or 2 pounds, I'm not going to feel so good about having that extra serving of dessert that day. It just causes you to rein in a little bit in what you're doing. And so daily weighing, I think, is a really good idea for most people.
Steve, what was my second question? Second question.
Okay, the bite force.
Time's up.
And so then my second question was about bite forces and saliva and whether or not various animals had enzymes in their saliva. So the fundamental thing to understand is that carnivores do not chew their food. And if you've ever fed a dog meat, you've noticed this. They'll just get a hunk and they swallow it. When I used to eat meat as a kid, my mom would give me scraps of chicken to go feed our dog. I was so afraid he was going to choke to death because I'd throw something out and he'd just but that's the way they eat, because meat is actually broken down very quickly, very easily by enzymes and acid, and you don't need to chew it. Plant food, on the other hand, is full of fiber, which we don't have enzymes that digest, so we've got to rip those plant cells apart so that our digestive enzymes can get at the nutrients inside. And that's what chewing is for. Chewing is to break up the plant material and expose it to digestive enzymes. And as a result, a lot of herbivores have enzymes in their saliva that begin breaking down carbohydrate as we're chewing. And there's a large salivary gland right in front of our ear called the parotid salivary gland that makes an enzyme called salivary amylase. And that enzyme starts breaking down carbohydrate as you're chewing your food. And in terms of bite forces, if you've got to break bones and slice through tough hides, you need to develop tremendous bite forces. And as a result, all carnivores have bite forces somewhere between 400 to over 1,000 pounds per square inch. They could literally bite through your arm. The best we can do as humans is about 150 pounds per square inch, which, again, as you probably know, will let you 150 pounds through your arm. The best inch is somewhere between 400 to over 1,000 pounds per square inch. They could literally bite through your arm. The best we can do as humans is about 150 pounds per square inch, which, again, as you probably know, will let you crack open a walnut, but not a Brazil nut. and that's just it. We don't have, not only don't we have the bite force, we also don't have the jaw mechanics. And again, for those of you who've not seen the lecture, Are Humans Designed to Eat Meat, it'll be available from this lecture, but it's also on YouTube. And what it points out is that carnivores' jaws close in a vertical fashion. The teeth slide past each other vertically, but what that means is that they can come down on a bone and exert tremendous force to crack that bone apart so that they can swallow half a leg and not have a problem. And parenthetically, that's where adult carnivores get their calcium, from dissolved bones from the animals they eat.
Okay, we're down.
Sorry. And I definitely not an expert in migraines, but that's the next question. And I think for many people, for a lot of women, it's hormonal. It comes at the time of the month when they menstruate, and it gets better as they go through menopause. Even in men, I've seen it get better as they get older. It's interesting. But for a lot of people, I think migraines are associated to food sensitivities. And for many people, it's things like aged cheese and red wine and things like that. Some people, it's chocolate. My husband has a strong history of migraines in his family, and he discovered the source of his migraine when I was over in the Marshall Islands for 8 months, and he was there with me. He came home about 3 months before I did. And during that entire time, he didn't buy oranges or lemons or limes. And then I got home, and the first thing I did was buy a bag of oranges, and he ate 2. And he got a terrible migraine. He knew it was either me or the migraine, or the oranges, I should say. So we were hoping it was the oranges, and it was, thankfully. But so for some people, it's things that you might not even suspect. And so I think working with someone who could help you with an elimination diet or something like that makes good sense, because migraines are not very pleasant, and there definitely is a familial component. His father had brutal migraines. His sister has terrible migraines. So, and I've never had a migraine in my life, so you may want to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not a neurologist, so again, I'm not an expert on migraines. But as Brenda was pointing out, there are a number of different triggers for migraines, and it just depends on the individual. But what I did want to throw out was I have read an article recently, and unfortunately I don't, again, not being like my friend here, I don't have all of the details stuck in my mind because I didn't pay very close attention to it, but the gist of it was that ions like potassium and magnesium can help stabilize cell membranes and forestall migraines. And so, and those are, again, nutrients that are found in very high levels in plant foods, and there was a suggestion that being plant-based could help decrease the severity and frequency of migraines for that reason. But of course, that would only work with people whose migraines were triggered by deficiencies in those things.
Neil Barnard has a wonderful book called Foods That Fight Pain, and he has a great section in that on migraines and goes through many of the foods that are problematic for various people, so I would recommend that as well.
Okay, so Neil Bernard. Okay, so we're down to the last 4 minutes of a 10-day conference. People are, they had a good experience, they're positive, they are motivated. Now, tomorrow, they drive over to their supermarket, they get a shopping cart, they walk in. What exactly should they buy if they would, for the next week, want to live the way you live? Go take them through the aisles, tell them exactly what to buy tomorrow so that they could live and eat and feed your family. What would they need to do? To walk through the aisles with them specifically.
You take that one.
Gosh, I'm at work all the time, so I'm not the best person. But let's say I had a fairy god person who gave me like a gazillion dollars, and all I did was shop. I would go through the bean aisle, and I would get several different varieties of beans because one, I love beans. Two, I think they're incredibly healthy. Get a couple of varieties of whole grain rice. I love wild rice, and as well as brown rice, specifically basmati brown rice because it has really extra long grains. Would load up on the salad aisle. I admit I tend to use the salad mixes. I like the spring mix because it has radicchio, dark green lettuces, and dandelion greens, some tomatoes, other vegetables. Give me some hummus and some rice crackers for a quick time snack. And maybe a couple of Guardian products. Well, actually, I really prefer field roast sausages because they're really made from ground up plants. And chop them up and you can put them in a stew or some of the other vegetables. And then some fruit. Get my berries, make my fruit smoothies, and some oranges and stuff to snack on.
And I guess I'm trying to think of how to go about this, but I'll kind of explain the way that my diet looks and then what I would need to get. So I generally purchase grains in bulk. So I would buy 10 pounds at the time. And I would buy, I'm not gluten sensitive, so I love kamut berries, spelt berries. I love black barley, which is a barley with a little pigment in it, purplish black. We eat lots of quinoa, a little bit of wild rice. But one of the things that I always do is I always have a bowl of grains in the fridge. And I always have, sometimes of cooked grains, and I always have a jar on the counter of sprouted grains, like the barley, the black barley sprouts beautifully, the kamut berries sprout beautifully, and then the beans. And so one of the things I do for breakfast bowl is if I cook grains, I'll cook lentils right in with the grains to boost the protein, iron, zinc, all of that. And but I always have a bowl of beans in the fridge as well. I'm trying to think of how to go about this, but I'll kind of explain the way that my diet looks and then what I would need to get. So I generally purchase grains in bulk. So I would buy 10 pounds at the time. And I would buy, I'm not gluten sensitive, so I love kamut berries, spelt.
Stupid gun! Got 30 seconds to regroup.
Hands up, here they come! Line 'em up! Give me up! That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Give me up!
Let the go. Coming through you.
Come on, man, move! Get out of the way!
Finish.
Big rock down!
Second off. Oh, lucky.
длинноголовка. Заболела длинноголовка, заболела длинноголовка, мамашка моя благодетельница, а я дочка твоя разорительница. Вот и гребень, вот и лед, вот и 40 веретен, ты сиди попрядывай, на меня поглядывай. А чего же она заболела, а чего же она заболела, мамашка моя благодетельница, а я дочка твоя разорительница. Вот и гребень, вот и лед, вот и 40 веретен, ты сиди поглядывай, на меня поглядывай. Из-под моря земли захотела, из-под моря земли захотела, мамаша моя благодетельница, а я дочка твоя разорительница. Вот и гребень, вот и лед, вот и 40 веретен, ты сиди попрядывай, на меня поглядывай. Я на коре море перееду, я на коре море перееду, мамашка моя благодетельница, а я дочка твоя разорительница. Вот и гребень, вот и лед, вот и 40 веретен, ты сиди попрядывай, на меня поглядывай. Из-под моря землицы достану, из-под моря землицы достану, мамашка моя благодетельница, а я дочка твоя разорительница. Вот и гребень, вот и лед, вот и 40 веретен, ты сиди попрядывай, на меня поглядывай. Мы полечим Дунину головку, мы полечим Дунину головку, мамашка моя благодетельница, а я дочка твоя разорительница. Вот и гребень, вот и лед, вот и 40 веретен, ты сиди попрядывай, на меня поглядывай.
Barrier deployed. Ready. take this. Grenade planted.
Vara sannur nje säger nje svala gör det mara gott var gnunga Solter sortna sig follimar Kvar av himni höjrar Gaisar i mi vid åldern Breider men börja skog bönen värdas Månse strångar ser vi om speglar Skölver Yggdrasils askstånd Ymryta ser hon stanna så fegra. Gudlig sagdanna og en lei. Þar skulu dig var drottir byggja.
We got them all! Time to regroup and rebuild.
Barrier deployed. Hands up! Locked and loaded! I'm down! Locked in! Stay alert! Stay alive! Oh, that's messy! Just the way I like it! Rip them apart from their guts and their foot!
Need medical attention!
Flash!
Grind him up!
I see you!
Back to star, motherfucker! Mind if I do? Throwing smoke! Grenade planted!
Man, get the fuck up.
Back to star, motherfucker! Take it down! Incoming flash!
Good to see you.
What's not to like about that?
Don't give up!
Oh, shit, I'm hurt! Ready for more.
Gonna need a medic!
I'm bleeding out! I'm coming! Revive me!
Let's rebuild and get ready for more!
Throwing smoke! We got enemy reinforcements.
Incoming flash!
Securing the tap.
Little help here!
Yeah, you just a chunky little bitch!
Get me up! Come on, on your feet!
You look good. Give me that cookie. He's safe.
Medic!
Give me hell
Stay alert! Stay alive!
TV destroyed! Oh, help here! Let's do this! Incoming flash! One dead throw!
Don't give up!
What, dead already?
Friendly fire!
Oh, yeah! Knocked in!
Flash!
I'm bleeding out! I'm up. I'm up. Oh, yeah. Whoa, cut that out. Right here. Revive me. Nuts. Risk it. Little help here. Huh. Good work. I'm down. Hot dog. Get me up. Got your back. What's not to like about that? Only one left. Energy tap is full.
Energy collected. Energy top upgraded. All right.
Thanks.
Securing the top. Help me secure the top.
Hey, hands up.
Revive me! I'm bleeding out! Get me up!
Wallet.
Oh yeah, let's do this. Control elite, look.
Revive me!
Over here.
Medic!
Let me get more. We got a heavy.
Top destroyed. Let's get it.
Grenadier. Not now.
In and go.
Nice one! You taking a nap? Get the hell up!
Cover me! Reloading! Get up!
What's not to like about that? We wanna have fun. Let's do this!
One TV!
Throw down!
Stop and... Five left!
Weapons hot!
Reload! Yes! No more bullets! 5 left! Woohoo!
We're gonna be okay. Three left!
Ready.
Help me secure the cap! That's it. Put a bow on it. Now rebuild. Here, take this. Tighten up. That's it. Back in your hole.
Securing the top. Secure the top.
Grenade planted.
Let's do it. How hot that? They're damaging the top.
I'm coming. Coming.
Top nearly destroyed.
Weapons hot.
On my way!
Securing the top. I see you.
Ah, master! Rebuild and get ready for more!
Energy collected.
Barrier deployed.
We should secure that energy top.
Throwing smoke.
Time's up. They're here. Ah, good.
Weapons locker deployed.
Slick. got them. Nice one.
Counter-strike! We need to resecure it!
Barrier deployed!
Let's do it. Oh well, that's that. Ah, shite! Appreciate it, mate. I'm reloading. You're welcome. You're not coming back from that one. They got me.
Hey, you got a dent? Check this out! Railbait!
Go there. Roll up on someone else, you bastard.
Oh yeah! Let's do this!
Put you in the ground. Reloading. Yeah, see that? Up there.
Glad you're on my side! Shut
Bring it.
Securing attack!
I'm reloading.
I'll kind of explain the way that my diet looks and then what I would need to get. So I generally purchase grains in bulk. So I would buy 10 pounds at the time. And I would buy, I'm not gluten sensitive, so I love kamut berries, spelt berries. I love black barley, which is a barley with a little pigment in it, purplish black. We eat lots of quinoa, a little bit of wild rice, but one of the things that I always do is I always have a bowl of grains in the fridge, and I always have. Sometimes I of cooked grains, and I always have a jar on the counter of sprouted grains, like the barley, the black barley sprouts beautifully, the kamut berries sprout beautifully. And then the beans. And so one of the things I do for breakfast bowl is if I cook grains, I'll cook lentils right in with the grains to boost the protein, iron, zinc, all of that. And but I always have a bowl of beans in the fridge as well, which makes for instant meals. So for breakfast, my breakfast looks like this. It's, so I might have, I just had Dr. Michael Clapper at my house for 3 days. And so what we did for breakfast was, the first thing I did was I just braised in water some Brussels sprouts and broccoli and some dark greens like kale. And then we squeezed lemon on and a little balsamic vinegar and some herbs. And that was our first course for breakfast. And we had a good sized plate each. And then the second course is a breakfast bowl. And this is my absolute favorite thing for breakfast. So a breakfast bowl, I always start with a whole grain and a sprouted grain. So I might have some kamut berries and some sprouted barley, and then it's got the lentils in there as well. And then I have a lot of fruit. So I'll have maybe, depending on the season, if it's winter, it'll be cut up apples and bananas, but lots of berries. And I freeze about maybe 300 to 200 pounds at least of fruit I do, and I dehydrate some as well. But so I'll have Blueberries, often if it's winter, they're from the frozen state, but I'll always have berries in the mix. And then I like creamy, so my creamy will either be cashew pear cream, and I do can my own pears, so I can about 30 or 40 jars of pears just in water. And then, so pear cream or chia pudding, which is just unsweetened milk.
I'm just saying if you really are a cyborg.
And so chia pudding or a homemade unsweetened yogurt, something creamy. And then on top of that, I do a seed mix, which I keep in the freezer. It's chia seeds, ground flax seeds, hemp seeds, pumpkin seeds, and chopped up Brazil nuts for the selenium. So you don't have to take 4 jars out. I take 2. I take the seed mix and the walnuts. And that'll go on. And then I love a little crunchy as well. So I make a dehydrated granola, and then some sort of unsweetened milk on top. And it is just yummy. So that's breakfast. And but it's not that hard, because the thing is you've always got the prepared stuff in the fridge. It's just a quick assembly in the morning. Honestly, I have all my jars, my pear cream or my chia pudding or whatever's on the top, and the fruit, and so it's not really a big process. Michael Clapper thoroughly enjoyed our breakfast. And then my lunch is always a giant salad. So, and I always keep a bowl. It's about this big with a lid, a glass bowl full of salad in the fridge. So I make it ahead and it lasts about 3 days. So I don't put stuff that will go bitter or whatever that can get added at the end. So I have a big salad and I try to cover all the colors of the rainbow. So I try to get something orange and something red and something purple in that bowl, and then that goes onto my plate, some sprouts on top, and then I always include something that'll fill me up, some quinoa or some steamed butternut squash or something like that, and then the beans or some sort of baked little tofu cubes or tempeh cubes. And then I make, and I always keep in the fridge, a homemade dressing that's nut or seed based, because I want some fat to help to absorb all of those wonderful nutrients. So it might be a lemon tahini dressing, or it might be a hemp seed dressing, or a cashew whatever dressing. So cashew roasted red pepper is another one I like. So some sort of dressing, and that dressing can also be used for my favorite dinner, which is just a dinner bowl. So you have your grains, you have all your steamed veggies, then you have your whatever beans or tofu or whatever you're having like that on top, then a few sprouts, and then your sauce. And so that's very typical of my diet. Our dessert is often, my husband and I like just to have some fruit and maybe a couple of nuts we would crack open, or some nut butter with that. I do treats once in a while, so it'll be something like, I even do at Christmas time and Easter, I make these little Easter eggs, or the turtles, you know those caramel turtles? They're so good, and all it is really is the caramel is made from either cashew butter and dates or pine nuts and dates, a little vanilla, and that caramel looks like caramel and it tastes amazing. It's not sickeningly sweet like caramel, and so you've got your nuts, you've got your little bit of caramel, freeze it solid, and then you just brush it with a really good quality dark chocolate. And so for the special occasions, you can do a treat like that. And that's how I do it. I try, when I was in Kelowna, we had organic produce delivered to our doorstep. I haven't found quite the same in Calgary, but you can try to procure as much organic as you can. And I drink water. That's what I drink. And tea, herbal teas. Yeah.
So it's now clear that the secret to vegan health is to clone this woman.
And if you're ever in Calgary, you can come over and try it for yourself.
I was going to say, I'm jealous.
Michael Greger's my next guest, so he'll get the treat.
Okay, then I'm expecting an invitation at some point.
Okay, I'm going to...
Yeah.
Okay, I want to make a couple of quick announcements. First, Just in general, if anyone has any questions, any issues, you can go to the Real Truth About Health conference or therealtruthabouthealth.com and go to contact, and you can email us, and we're available to communicate. Okay, next. Michael is going to come up on stage, just tell you about our highlight package. Before we go, we hope that everyone who valued this, whether you're online or in person, will get it. If you happen to be in person, you're going to get a $75 gift certificate to use in our store. Third, regarding the replays of this, number one, right this second, the last 9 days are on YouTube. So right this second, if you go to YouTube, the last 9 days are on, and tomorrow this will be on. It does cut off the last half hour. You can only do 12 hours on YouTube. It's an uncut version. We'll leave it up for about another week. You can look at it, or you can wait. If you go to our website, you sign up for the conference, you'll be signed up for our email list. And then in sometime in about April, May, we'll start releasing every full video, one a day, for about 80 days, and then we'll go 2 a day with the shorter versions. If you want a simpler way to do it and you want the highlights and the transcriptions and the main points and a 10-minute version of everything, then please get our highlight package. It'll be quite a lot easier and you'll enjoy it more, but it is available the way I'm saying. And then finally, I would just say that there was a lot of intense things discussed during the 10 days. I don't know if you all heard it, so I hope you'll all play a very big part in trying to make the biggest difference you can in whatever way you can. We're very concerned about the planet. We're concerned about 5G wireless. We're concerned about GMOs. We're concerned about factory farms. We're concerned about pesticides. And I hope everyone is going to do whatever they can to make a difference. We have an extra large portion of vegan ice cream and vegan cookies. I want to thank them and then just give Michael a minute to make an announcement. So thank you to Brenda and Dr. Mills. So I am very excited to have this conference and this panel, and for the many months leading up to this while we were organizing it, I was very, very excited specifically about this panel because it is very, very unusual to get an opportunity to speak to doctors and medical doctors who actually have the full experience of the medical world and yet also have the knowledge and understanding of whole food plant-based nutrition and a lifestyle approach. So I'd like to start by asking each of you to just, for anyone who
a little bit of snow today, so that's it's going to be a fairly interesting, I think, introduction to climate change. Most folks know about climate change that are aware of it. I'm going to talk a little bit about in ways that will help you explain it to other people. That's generally one of the big problems we have, communication on climate change. So Stephen spoke about a bit of my background. So I've been an environmental journalist for 25 years, writing for a variety of publications around the world. These are the ones I write for currently. I focus on international stuff, mostly because when I first started out, Canadian publications where I'm from weren't particularly interested in environmental issues, contrary to Canada's reputation for being green. It's not particularly green, sadly. So I've forced me to develop an interest in the rest of the world, which has been hugely beneficial to myself and my understanding of many, many things. We're going to start off way up north. So Svalbard is part of Norway. It's
We've got 30 seconds for reinforcements.
an island also called Spitsbergen, and it's the furthest north where there's permanent year-round habitation. So it's I forget the exact 78 degrees, 79 degrees. It's way up. It's the super high Arctic. Snow there all year round. It's real Arctic, home of polar bears. I was up there at the invitation of the Norwegian government to be part of a special session involving business leaders, political leaders from China, India, scientists, let's do this! To talk informally about climate change. This is about 4 or 5 weeks ago. And it was an off-the-record discussion. I guess the only way they could get journalists and all these folks together. And it was done up at a research station, a scientific research station called unique place. And for 4 days we talked about climate change, various aspects, business stuff, and so on. One of the interesting things that came out of that was that the Chinese ministers were talking about climate change, not so much from a global warming perspective, but from a air pollution problem, and as a I guess a misuse of resource by continuing to burn fossil fuels at such a rapid rate. There wouldn't be any left for future generations. That was certainly one of the stronger concerns of the Chinese, that they thought it was incumbent upon themselves to not use so much, not to waste this particular resource. India at the same time was just becoming aware of climate change, so that was interesting from a business perspective. They hadn't really factored it in yet. But by the end, everybody sort of was on the same playbook. That's what it looks like up there. This was the height of the summer, so it's 24 hours of light. It's not actually warm, even though you can see a little bit. Nothing grows up there, just lichen. So they got reindeer, a bunch of birds. They have a lot of birds, polar bears, and polar bears that roam around there. Beautiful in its starkness. It's snow all year round, so most of the time it's all covered in snow. So that's about the least amount of snow that we've had. Really stunning landscape. I was not fully prepared for Arctic, so I didn't have really warm stuff. But I still went for a hike because, I feel cooped up 4 or 5 days in a, sort of a conference setting. At least I do. I need to get out and roam around just to, help me think and process and also to experience the place. So I went for a hike and my little backpack. There's nothing. There's nobody, nothing for miles. We climbed to the top of the hill and you can't see anything because there isn't. At most, 1,000 people live up there, and in the winter it's down to 250 because it's 24 hours of darkness and super cold for like 4 months of the year. One thing I didn't count on was actually almost like a snow fog. Although it's not warm, but you lose your ability to see very far. Again, I was by myself, which is usually when I have trouble, getting myself into trouble by hiking to a place I probably shouldn't have gone and getting lost. There's no rescue in this kind of part of the world, and of course my cell phone didn't work because there's no summer cell. But that wasn't really the big risk. It turned out when I got back to town, they said, "Oh, you just broke the law. Nobody's allowed to leave town without a gun because of the polar bears." And you can't get a gun in Norway easily. The governor of the province of or Svalbard has to approve licensing and all that, so pretty well forces you to hire a guy. Because they said, well, last year in one of those hills overlooking the town, 2 tourists were killed by a polar bear. Because it turns out polar bears are hungry. They're hungry because there's nothing up there. Anything that moves, they figure they can eat it. And they can, because nothing's going to stop them. They also move really fast because they got really long legs. Like their legs are like this, more like a horse kind of legs. And they're 1,100, 1,200 pounds. And they got big wide feet like that, so they can stay on snow unless it's really. And you can see how far you can see. Huge distance. Meanwhile, the snow's up to my mid-thigh, and I wasn't moving very fast at all. Yeah, so that's just sort of one of the dumb things we tourists do sometimes. In places we don't know very well, don't understand the landscape. And this is a kind of a metaphor for many things that happens throughout the world. We do a lot of dumb things because we just don't know any better. Somebody should have taken time, since the guys, to find out more about the place before I went tromping off. So we're going to get back to the Arctic and how this is all keys in a little bit later. So that's the beautiful little community. Yeah, it looks nice, right? But not if a polar bear was chasing you. Luckily for me, I did not see a polar bear. Part of me said, oh, I'd love to see a polar bear in the wild. Maybe from a ship, I wouldn't mind seeing a polar bear, but not on the land. So this is the view of the Earth from the moon. And I contrast these images because there's, as you can see from the picture, there's a big difference between the moon and the Earth.
Securing the tap.
So this is my climate change explanation in only 165 words. So the moon has no atmosphere. So that's why it's super hot, 100 C, which is way more in Fahrenheit. And really cold at night, like impossible to survive. Never mind the fact there's no oxygen. So our atmosphere is what makes the difference between the moon and the Earth. So we know that CO2 is a heat-trapping gas. It's one of the several heat-trapping gases. It's one of the large ones that keeps our planet a nice, comfy temperature. And we also know that burning fossil fuels, oil, gas, and coal emit CO2, so carbon dioxide. This is long, we've been known for a really long time. So now we have measurements that show us there's now 46% more CO2 in the atmosphere than before the era of industrialization. So that's like putting an extra warm blanket on when you're already comfy cozy. So hence the term global warming. These are sort of interchangeable terms. So the Earth is now 1 C hotter, which is 1.4 Fahrenheit, I guess.
That was too close.
And heat is a form of energy. And that means all this additional heat that this 46% CO2 is trapping in our atmosphere means there's a lot more energy for storms. A lot more energy to affect our weather. More energy to heat waves. It's a fundamental shift in our entire climate. And that 46% is increasing about 2% per year. To me, that's a much better way of talking about climate change, the 46% more CO2, than talking about parts per million, 400 parts per million, or even the 1 degree thing. I think it's more meaningful to most people. So keep that in mind. So for 800,000 years, we had this lovely comfy blanket. We're at constant temperature. And now we've added, well, let's slide that extra blanket on top because of our emissions of fossil fuels. So with all this additional energy in the system, it would be physically impossible for there not to be some impact. So this is the sciencey stuff, right? The measurements. of the temperatures and the variations. Obviously, it changes, from year to year because it's not such a complicated climate system. So you got to look at the data over a long period of time. In this case, it's from 1860. And you can see, pretty well, there's 1,000 different ways to chart this stuff, but it's always going up, 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 which makes perfectly good sense when you have 46% more CO2 trapping more heat. Another version of it. That's the parts per million graph. It's up to 410 now, actually. So this year will be 410 parts per million. So again, that's just another way of measuring the carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere. And to get that 46%, you just subtract from what the average was, which was 280 over 800,000 year period. So we've been in a fairly stable climate regime for most of humanity's existence, and now we're moving into a different state, and we don't really know all the things that are going to happen. Another example of where our temperatures are. So this is the differences in normal temperatures versus what the temperature was for that particular year. So you can see where the hot spots were in 2015. You could have another version of this for more up to date. The hot places shift around a bit, although that little blue dot, which is really cold, is from the melting Arctic. The ice is melting and keeping the ocean in the North Atlantic much colder than it normally would be. And that's going to have an impact. Some suspect that this is where the North Atlantic overturning circulation begins to fall apart. So that takes the Gulf Stream, the heat off the coast of Florida over to Europe. So Europe, under climate change, could get a lot colder because it's that big cold blob is blocking the heat from getting there. And that big, because right below right above the big cold blob, the blue blob, is Greenland. And that ice there's a lot of ice up there. And it's melting. Other places in the world you can see, like the southern U.S. and Mexico and Central Africa are getting hot pretty well every year, breaking records. So most of the heat that's being trapped in our atmosphere from that extra 46%, thank God for the ocean. They're absorbing 93.4% of all the heat. So, in other words, if we didn't have the ocean, we would have already been fried. So the oceans are warming up naturally. Thank God the oceans are really cold, too. So they can absorb a lot of heat. But that's going to decline as the oceans warm. They can accept less heat. And so we'll get more heat on the surface. So we've been lucky so far. We will be for a little while, but that's not going to continue forever. So one of the impacts of climate change has been the decline in the Arctic sea ice. And so over a relatively short period of time, it's a fraction that's in square kilometers. But you can see that it's gone down tremendously. So you've got to remember that the polar regions, north and south, are the drivers of our weather. So for eons, the cold parts of the north, sort of compete with the hot part in the middle. So that is our generator of weather for the entire planet. And so now we've got the northern part, the northern refrigerator is defrosting. And so that's having a big impact on the weather. All of the impacts we're still not sure of, but we do know there are impacts happening, and there has to be, simply because a big part of what drives our weather system is going through a fundamental change. This was shocking to me. This is just recently. So this is the Arctic ice extent, so the amount of ice in the middle of the coldest time of the year in the winter. And the blue line at the bottom is where it is. And the gray line in the shaded area, that's where it's supposed to be. And the difference is in terms of area. So the Arctic ice in the middle of winter was 24 hours of darkness. There's now far less ice in the winter than there used to be. So that means even when it's super cold and super dark, the Arctic isn't forming enough ice. And the difference there is the size of Alaska, California, and probably Washington State. That's how much ice is now missing in the wintertime, this year in particular. And I've asked scientists, what the hell's going on? Why this year? And they don't know. This year was, 2017 was a warm year, but wasn't the warmest year on record. It was like the third, I think it was, or second. But that didn't have the same effect on the ice the previous years. So not sure why we're losing so much ice in the winter now. So that's a new thing. And for Canada, maybe less so for here, this is affecting the jet stream. And so our weather now has gone really weird, where it could be snowing up to here in the morning, and then it rains that afternoon and washes away most of the snow, and then all freezes that same night. So we're getting these really wild temperature fluctuations. Siberia had that one just a week ago, probably due to this, although the scientists don't know. This is speculation. They had a 100-degree Fahrenheit switch in northern Siberia over a 3-day period. 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. So it went from what it's supposed to be like minus 50 Fahrenheit, because this is really far north and really cold area, to plus 10 or 6. Not plus 10. That's Celsius. I got to do the conversion to Fahrenheit. To like 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and Siberia in the middle of winter, where it's also 24 hours a day.
Oh yeah, that's kind of shit I like.
So, yeah, it's having some kind of effect. The cause and effect part from a science point of view isn't certainly established yet, but there's no question there's an effect going on. So, that's the scientific consensus and has been for several years, and there's a number of other studies that have documented the same thing, so all the research shows this is what's going on. So who's responsible? Now, it used to be the U.S. was the biggest, so the big red ball there, that's the U.S., and the big blue ball on the right-hand side is China. So it was the U.S. was the biggest for most of the last 50 years. China in the last 3-4 years has taken over for the U.S. Partially U.S. emissions, U.S. carbon emissions have gone down. China's continued to go up. But if you had a little flag in every CO2 molecule in the atmosphere that humanity put up there, most of the flags would be waving the stars and stripes still. Because CO2 lasts forever. So when your car emits CO2, it's going to be in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. It doesn't go away. It stays there. So all of the CO2 that's come from the U.S. in its 200 plus year history is still up there, and it will be up there for at least 300-400 years to come. So that's why acting on climate change now is very important, because once the stuff is up there, we don't know how to get it out yet. But I'll talk a little bit about the solutions a little bit later. So you can see how things are changing. Asia now is becoming a bigger source of CO2. However, I'll say, just below the big ball is India, which is growing quite quickly. But they are also switching to alternative energy very fast as well. So there's some good news there. China also is cutting their coal consumption because air pollution is terrible there. And so they're finding other ways to generate energy. And so this is something that's not entirely being doing. Now, generally speaking, those who contribute least to climate change are suffering the most and will suffer the most. So the small island states, where places where people have already been forced to move because of sea level rise, they've got practically no CO2 emissions. But everybody is being affected. Some much more than others, in part because poorer countries have a hard time coping with the changes from climate. And you can see in the future, the bottom part of the graph is about vulnerability, so who's most likely to be impacted. And it's part of it's a combination of how the climate's going to change and how they can handle those changes. How can they respond to the changes? In the U.S., you can build higher seawalls. In a place like Ghana, where the sea is rising, they can't afford to build seawalls.
I'm bleeding out!
So how come everybody doesn't know about this stuff? So this is a little bit out of date now, but the chart of newspaper coverage. It hasn't improved much, I can say that. So one of my biggest challenges as a journalist is finding ways to get stories about climate change published. There's tons of research about it. Getting it published has been really difficult. Oh yeah, another climate change story. We're not interested. I mean, I've been to a lot of big meetings and come across a lot of scientists who have some breaking news, but I've been turned down more often than I've been had my stories accepted. And you saw that the big blip there was 2009. That was the climate change conference in Copenhagen. So that was the last time climate change got a huge blip. There'd be another blip. They haven't updated this chart yet for the most recent Paris climate change meeting. But it wouldn't be as big as the Copenhagen, sadly. So that's one of the reasons why folks don't know about climate change. It's, some people, I've been writing about it for 20 years. Scientists have known about it for 30, 40 years. So there isn't that awareness. It isn't often not taught in schools. So the media is about the only way you're going to hear about it, or from people talking about it generally. You notice the blue line, which is North America, the coverage was less. So at a lot of these big climate meetings that I go to, most of the journalists aren't from North America. I'm usually the only Canadian, and there'll be like a handful of Americans. The rest will be people from Asia or other countries. So one reason there's a lot less climate denial in the rest of the world is because they do better coverage. The Europeans, and, even Africa. They do a better job. So that's something that is starting to change, has changed in the last few years, ever since the Paris thing. So Paris was the last big climate change meeting, although it's still, I think it's 2 years ago now, 2016. So 1.5 degrees was the decision. So in Paris, the world got together and said, all right, climate change really is serious, and maybe we're going to do something about it. And we're going to look at limiting the global temperature to 1.5, hopefully. Hopefully. We're already at 1 degree, so that's going to be extremely difficult. But the big thing about Paris was actually an agreement by all countries that we're going to phase out fossil fuels. It was absolutely the first time all the countries said, yes, we're going to get rid of fossil fuels. Their day is done. And that's significant because all of these meetings are consensus-based. So any of the official statements, everybody has to agree on. So 198 countries, including Saudi Arabia, whose entire economy is based on selling fossil fuels, they had to agree to that. It took 20 years to get to that statement. So it's been a very slow process, as you can see here from this graph of all the meetings. So after the Warsaw one on the far right, was Paris, COP20. I haven't been to all of them. I do know people who have been to everything. So that's hasn't had an effect on the actual amount of emissions yet. So we're in the awareness part. We're now maybe turn the corner on understanding that we need to act quickly. This is a story I did for National Geographic this summer. And we're also learning the damages, the costs of climate change, even in the US now, are in hundreds of billions of dollars. And they're only going to increase. Again, more energy in the climate system, more energy for storms. So hurricanes have become much more powerful. So the category 5, category 4 and 5 happen more often. And so this last summer was the most destructive year ever for the U.S. in terms of hurricane damage. And the projections are, of course, it's going to increase. And this is not, U.S. is just one example. The same kind of thing is happening in other places too. In the Philippines, they get hit by typhoons, which is another term for hurricane. So often now that parts of the country are regressing. They're not progressing. They're going back, basically being typhoon bombed back into the Stone Age because they get storm after storm that destroys everything. And they can't afford to rebuild now in many parts of the country. So the impacts of climate change are becoming more obvious, becoming more expensive. But what hasn't really gotten through yet, I don't think, there's another story that I wrote, is that you can't solve a problem by making it worse. So that's the sort of point of this headline. You can't continue to build new things that use and burn CO2, because you're just making your problem worse. So in other words, in this sort of basic example, you can't keep building new coal plants. Because once a coal plant is built, you're not going to tear it down 5 years later. It's going to continue to operate for 20, 30, 40 years and all the emissions. So this is based on a study that looked at these, they call it emissions that we're committing to by building a carbon infrastructure. Anything that burns carbon, even a new car, factored into this. So if you build, whatever, 100 million new cars in 2018, those cars are going to operate for 5 or 6, 7, 10 years, and they're going to emit carbon, CO2. So we got to account for that. So to stay below 2 degrees, that means we'd have to stop building cars that burn CO2 in 2018. So that's not going to happen. Because there's not much understanding of this particular fact, scientific fact, that if you build stuff that is going to burn CO2, it's not just the CO2 they're going to burn today, it's over their whole life, unless you're going to throw out hundreds of millions of cars and convert them somehow. And so by doing a bunch of calculations, they figured out that this would be sort of the year we'd have to cut it off. Otherwise, we'll be already committed to blowing our carbon budget and pushing ourselves beyond 2 degrees. It also has some financial implications, because if you decide in a panic that we need to avoid the 2 degree increase, then we'd have to trash all of this new carbon burning stuff to make it possible. This isn't very well known, unfortunately, so I've done like 3 versions of this story, because that study didn't get hardly any coverage. In part because it's kind of a little bit complicated, not that easy to explain. However, I think it's a pretty important thing to just keep in mind. So when it comes to making decisions about what we're going to do, what industries we're going to support, stuff we're going to make, how we're going to run our economy, it sort of makes the point that you have to take the carbon commitment that comes with these kinds of decisions seriously. So that's something that political leaders and business leaders need to understand. And some are getting this message, but it's coming slower. So we're still looking at a 3.5 to 4 degree Celsius increase on a basis business as usual. Converting that into Fahrenheit, 6 to 7 degrees Fahrenheit increase. Now, the one thing to keep in mind that's a global temperature increase. That doesn't mean the temperatures here are going to go up that much. They could go up a lot more. For instance, the Arctic, the temperature increase is already 3 degrees higher than it was 100 years ago. So while the planet is only heated up warmer by 1 degree Celsius, it's 3 degrees Celsius warmer in the Arctic, because the heat is uneven. So the Arctic is warming up way faster than everywhere else. Also, heat, again, being another form of energy, means we're going to have a lot more energy in the system if we get to 3.5 to 4 degrees Celsius. And that's the business as usual scenario that's the path we're on right now. Despite the efforts of those climate change talks to reduce emissions, the commitments, the Paris Accords, all that kind of stuff, we're still in that. we haven't done enough, and the promises and commitments countries have made still does not get us into the safe zone. We've still got a long ways to go to cut emissions. All right, so we've got this new reality, the new climate reality. So part of what I'm hoping here is getting across the idea that things have to be a lot different than they are presently. The future is not going to be anything like the past. And we're going to have to imagine what that future looks like, how it can be different and better. And that's actually one of the biggest challenges we're having right now, is this imagination. How can the world be different and better without using fossil fuels? It's kind of it sounds simple, but we are really having a hard time imagining how things could be different. So we end up in this thing of just doing incremental changes, like little tiny fixes. Will increase the fuel economy of the car by 5 miles per gallon or something. Yeah, that's not going to do it. We need a fundamental shift and fundamental changes. We've delayed too long, so we've got to make some major changes. But it's going to take a reimagining of how we live our lives, which doesn't necessarily mean hardship. It just means we have to think in new ways to be a lot better. You know, the whole animal food industry, which has a huge climate footprint. Well, one of those reimaginations, which to you folks wouldn't be so difficult, but to many others, the idea that they would be vegetarian or vegan is beyond their comprehension. And yet, there are tons of people who have made the conversion and feel better, are healthier, live productive lives as professional athletes have done the same thing, and said it's really helped improve their athleticism. So, but those are kind of things that people need help imagining how the future and how things can be different. Planting trees. So I like this as a cute cartoon that even child can make a difference. Very often children are much more receptive to these messages of the need for changes. And they have an innate desire to want to protect the environment, protect nature. Somehow they lose that as they go through years of school, probably. And yes, that's one way, planting trees, planting plants, generally. This is what's coming because there is a change in the wind. So we've gotten a lot more solar, a lot more wind. It's cheaper now. In India, it's